Madam President, we're ready for you.
All right, good morning, and welcome to the Nevada State Board of Pharmacy April 2026 meeting. Today is Thursday, April 16th, and our meeting will now come to order. My name is Helen Park, and I'll be the presiding officer. We'll start with the Board of Pharmacy mission statement. In regulating the practice of pharmacy, the Nevada State Board of Pharmacy has a duty to carry out and enforce the provisions of Nevada law to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Next, we'll do our roll call. Mr. Adam Porath.
Here.
Mr. Richard Tomaso.
Here.
Ms. Jade Jacobo.
Present.
Ms. Anna Carr.
Here.
Okay, and Ms. Crystal Freitas.
Here.
Okay, great. Thank you. We do have a quorum present. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wiest for any announcements before we begin.
Morning, Madam President. Dave Weeks for the record. This meeting will be held in conformance with Nevada open meeting law. Certain components of it will be done on Zoom today. As we can see, the Madam President is in Vegas on Zoom. And so for the public, if somebody appears on Zoom, you'll be able to see it to your left. For the public that's online, you can change your view however you want to with Zoom. And we'll take public comment several times during this meeting. If you're here for a particular agenda item, I request that you save that comment for that item so that the board has the information in front of them when they do it. But I think, Madam President, I'll turn it back over to you, and I hope you have a good meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Wiest. So our next order of business, the board will open up the floor for any public comment. And as Mr. Wiest mentioned, if you have public comment that's specific to one of our workshop or hearing items, it's best if you reserve it to that period. But if you have general public comment, we would be happy to hear your public comment at this time. Do we have anyone in the room or online who wishes to make a public comment?
No one present up here in Reno. We're checking Zoom real quick. Not seeing anybody in Zoom. I know that we'll have a fair amount of public comment today for some individual items. Thank you.
Okay, great. So with that, we'll close the period for public comment, and there'll be another opportunity, of course, with each workshop and hearing item, and then again at the end of the day of our meeting. So with that, I think we'll go right into our first agenda item, and that's for our workshop, and it's for 15B. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Zarley.
I'll go ahead and go first if that's okay, Darla. I just wanted to set some or put some information on the record. So I know that we have people interested in this, and I just want to point out that we're at the very beginning of anything that would happen. There's a statutory requirement for how the board does any regulations, and so it requires us to do a workshop, which we're doing today. It's a less formal, people aren't sworn in. And then if anything passes in any item in the workshop, then that would go down to Legislative Council Bureau. They codify it. It comes back to the board for a hearing, which is a little bit more formal. You get sworn in and those kinds of things. And then if it passes that, ultimately the legislature through the Legislative Commission on Regulations would have the final say, and then the Secretary of State has to sign it. So we're at the very beginning of it. We welcome all the public comment. With that, I think for this item, this is a recommendation from the SERS Committee, which is a statutory founded committee that works through the AG's Office of Experts in Nevada as it relates to substances. If Shayla Holmes I know she's online, if she can unmute herself, and I'll start with Shayla because this came as a recommendation from SERS, which I put in the board book. There's a statutory requirement that they review many different things, and one of the agencies that they're supposed to make recommendations to and that we're supposed to act on is the Board of Pharmacy, along with the legislature itself. So I think they've made this recommendation to us. We've worked with this committee for a long period of time, and they will also be presenting to the legislature at some time in the future. So Shayla, if I can go ahead and turn it to you, you're on that committee, and if you can speak on that behalf. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning. I'm so sorry I'm double booked. So as you can see, I'm on Zoom. As a member of the Substance Use Response Working Group, I'm here to share that the group is advancing a recommendation in support of scheduling kratom as a Schedule I substance. While the recommendation will still go through the formal voting and prioritization process of the surge ahead of its next annual report, at this moment in time, this reflects the current direction and action of the group. And I just wanted to ensure that we were sharing that with the Board of Pharmacy as a partner and provide this opportunity to consider alignment as this moves forward.
Thanks, Shayla. We appreciate your work, and we work on many different things and appreciate working to you to protect the public of Nevada. So thank you so much for your time today. With that, we'll go ahead and go to Darla Zarley. She's a pharmacist with the Board of Pharmacy, and she's going to present the data behind this regulation.
Thank you, Dave and Dr. Holmes, and good morning, President Park and members of the board. This workshop item can be found on page 5252 of your board book. This proposed draft regulation is to schedule mitragynine, 7-hydroxymitragynine, and mitragynine pseudoindoxil in Schedule I, which are all alkaloids of the kratom plant. Kratom products are derived from the leaves of Mitragyna speciosa tree native to Southeast Asia. Kratom is often marketed as a dietary supplement, mood enhancer, or pain reliever, and is available to purchase in gas stations, smoke shops, and from online retailers. Consumption of these products produce both stimulant effects in low doses and sedative effects in high doses, and can lead to psychotic symptoms and physiological and psychological dependence. Recently, more potent kratom byproducts have been introduced into the U.S. market: 7-hydroxymitragynine, also known as 7-OH, and mitragynine pseudoindoxil, MP. Mitragynine is the most abundant alkaloid among 50 other alkaloids present in kratom. It is considered to be a partial opioid agonist acting on the mu-opioid receptor. Mitragynine has several other mechanisms of action in the brain, including effects on serotonergic, adrenergic, delta, and kappa opioid receptors. Mitragynine is credited for producing the analgesic effects associated with kratom. 7-hydroxymitragynine, or 7-OH, is a mitragynine metabolite that is converted from mitragynine in the liver. 7-OH has a significantly higher potency than the parent metabolite has been shown to have higher abuse potential. 7-OH is 10 times more potent than mitragynine as a mu-opioid receptor agonist. 7-OH is then further converted into mitragynine pseudoindoxil in human plasma, producing a chemical even more potent than 7-OH, approximately 100 times more potent than mitragynine, and as nearly as potent as fentanyl. Individuals report using kratom and similar products to treat several conditions, including headaches, diarrhea, insomnia, and anxiety. There are also reported cases of individuals using these products to self-treat symptoms related to opioid use disorder. Mitragynine, 7-OH, and MP containing products can cause effects that mimic classic opioids such as morphine, fentanyl, oxycodone, and hydrocodone. Use of these products can also lead to adverse effects, including liver toxicity, seizures, and substance use disorder. Research shows there is also a significant risk of respiratory depression associated with 7-OH, similar to that of morphine. Increasing concerns have arisen regarding the safety of kratom and similar products due to their high potential for misuse and misleading labeling. The FDA has warned consumers not to use kratom because of the risk of serious adverse events, including liver toxicity, seizures, and substance use disorder. The FDA has taken steps to restrict the sale of 7-OH and has pushed for its scheduling under the Controlled Substance Act. The availability of 7-OH products is a major concern for the FDA, and as consumers can easily purchase products with concentrated levels of 7-OH online and in gas stations, corner stores, and vape shops. The FDA is particularly concerned with the growing market of 7-OH products that may be especially appealing to children and teenagers, such as fruit-flavored gummies and ice cream cones. These products may not be clearly or may be clearly or may not be clearly or accurately labeled as to their 7-OH content and are sometimes disguised or marketed as kratom. The FDA has also published educational materials for consumers to be more informed about these harmful products. In June of 2025, the FDA issued warning letters to 7 companies for illegally distributing products containing 7-OH, including tablets, gummies, drink mixes, and shots. The FDA is also issuing a letter to healthcare professionals and is warning consumers about the risks associated with 7-OH products. Cases of kratom-related substance use disorder have also been observed. In these cases, individuals met certain criteria for substance use disorder, including kratom for longer than intended, using more kratom than intended, and having cravings for kratom, continuing to use kratom despite adverse consequences, either physically or in their personal life, increasing the amount of kratom used to produce the same effect, which they've developed tolerance, and experience withdrawal symptoms when kratom was stopped, so they had physical dependence as well. The FDA is also aware of cases involving neonatal abstinence syndrome, in which newborns experience withdrawal signs such as jitteriness, irritability, and muscle stiffness following prolonged exposure to kratom prior to birth. Prolonged use of mitragynine, 7-hydroxymitragynine, and mitragynine pseudoindoxyl containing products can result in increased tolerance, dependence, and withdrawal when stopping abruptly. In the event of suspected 7-OH involved overdose, it is recommended to use naloxone to reverse the effects. Several studies have shown success in treating kratom dependence and withdrawal with buprenorphine. However, there are no currently standard guidelines for treating opioid use disorder induced by kratom use. There are case reports of 7-OH mitragynine use specifically requiring medically managed withdrawal with buprenorphine. One study conducted of kratom users in Malaysia found high rates of severe kratom dependence among regular users. More than half of the regular users using for more than 6 months reported severe kratom dependence, while 45% showed moderate kratom dependence. Physical withdrawal symptoms commonly experienced include muscle spasms and pain, sleeping difficulty, watery eyes and nose, hot flashes, fever, decreased appetite, and diarrhea. Physiological withdrawal symptoms commonly reported were restlessness, tension, anger, sadness, and nervousness. The study author also noted that regular users who consumed 3 or more glasses of kratom per day had higher odds of developing severe kratom dependence, withdrawal symptoms, and the inability to control kratom cravings. Kratom is illegal in 33 countries, including Malaysia, where it is found naturally. Several states have either banned kratom or outright imposed strict regulations due to concerns over safety, potential misuse, and inconsistent product quality. States with full kratom bans that happened in 2025 were Alabama, Arkansas, Indiana, Louisiana, Vermont, Wisconsin, and Washington, D.C. Many other states have pending actions to either ban or regulate the sale of these products. I also want to share with you with what happened in Utah. So in 2019, Utah actually tried to maintain over-the-counter access to kratom. And what happened is when these patients visited their doctor's office, they realized that, or they stated to their practitioner that they had no idea this was like a narcotic. The Utah State Medical Examiners reported nearly 160 related deaths over a 5-year period. Most of the substance or the overdose involved polysubstance use. The state law saw almost 50% many kratom-only deaths in the recent 12 months reporting in Utah, as seen since 2014. Consequently, the Utah legislature proposed to add all alkaloids from kratom and their analogs to the state list of controlled substances in November of 2025. The bill, who originally sponsored it, voted to regulate kratom in 2019, but now sees kratom in all forms as dangerous opioid masquerading as a supplement. Kratom has no legitimate medical use in the United States and is not a controlled substance or listed chemical under the Controlled Substances Act. In addition, kratom has also been identified as a drug of concern by the DEA. To prevent harm to the public, we are bringing this forward for your consideration to schedule these substances as a Schedule 1 in Nevada. Thank you.
All right, Dave Weeks for the record. We're lucky enough to have Dr. Laura Knight she's the head of the coroner department in Northern Nevada, and she's going to present some data to you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, I'm Dr. Laura Knight. I am the Washoe County Chief Medical Examiner and Coroner, and also an Associate Professor at the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine. I'm here this morning to talk about kratom fatalities in Northern Nevada, and you have my slides, my handout. I just wanted to briefly go over death investigations so that you understand how these deaths are investigated in Nevada. Under Nevada law, every county has a coroner, and that coroner is the sheriff, unless otherwise specified in county code. Washoe and Clark counties have specified in county code that they have a medical examiner and coroner system, which is a medical investigation of death system. Washoe County Regional Medical Examiner's Office serves, of course, as the medical examiner for Washoe County, but we also serve 19 counties total in Northern Nevada and California. So we have a regional perspective on the data. Speaking specifically on my next slide about death investigation in Nevada as regards drug-related deaths. All drug-related deaths in Nevada under statute are required to have an examination. They fall under medical examiner and coroner jurisdiction. And according to state law and national guidelines, an examination is performed on anyone who dies in Nevada of a drug-related death. And so these cases have an autopsy, both by national standards and by our laws. And we follow those guidelines in my office. And we are accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners, who makes those guidelines. Moving on specifically to mitragynine related in Northern Nevada. We first saw mitragynine in the death investigation cases starting in 2015. We had just one death that year, but by the end of 2020, we had seen a total of 41 deaths over that time period. We've been seeing an average of 13.6 deaths every year in Northern Nevada in this region since 2019 that involved mitragynine. And mitragynine is frequently seen in our casework in combination with other substances, particularly other opioids, in the postmortem toxicology testing. The next slide is a graph. This shows you total mitragynine-related deaths from 2015 to 2025 in Northern Nevada. You can see that we started off with just a couple a year when we first started seeing it, from 2015 up to 2018, and then in 2019 it really took off, and again the average is 13.6 per year. We've had a couple of lower years, but we've also had some higher years where there were up to 17 deaths per year that involved mitragynine. The next slide just shows you those numbers by year in case you had a hard time seeing them on that previous graph. You can see for 2025 we had 15 deaths that involved mitragynine. And the total toll on Northern Nevadans has been 104 people who died with mitragynine in their blood, and it was part of their cause of death. There, of course, are other cases where people died of other causes, traffic accidents, natural deaths that had mitragynine in their blood, and it was not part of why they died. It was not attributed. So this 104 number represents people in which there was no other cause of death aside from the drugs in their system, and that included mitragynine. On the next slide, I just have an image of the front page of an article that was published in a peer-reviewed journal, the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology, from my office. I'm a co-author on it. And this was the first 35 deaths from mitragynine in Northern Nevada. Because this was a new substance in the United States, it was of interest in the forensic literature regarding what levels were seen in the blood in these cases. And we did publish this. What we're observing is that the levels were relatively lower initially as this drug appeared, and now we're seeing even higher concentrations in the blood as tolerance to these opioid drugs has increased with people using them over the years. Just some characteristics of mitragynine-related deaths in Northern Nevada. You'll see a graph here of mitragynine deaths by gender and year. I thought the board might be interested in who specifically in Northern Nevada, is dying of metragine-related causes. You can see there are more men than women, which is typical of all of our drug-related deaths. And on the next slide, you can look at the age group by year. The largest proportion of these deaths are individuals aged 30 to 49, but there are cases spread over the adult years. Moving on to the toxicology testing, specifically in metragine-related deaths here in Northern Nevada, we frequently see metragine being abused in combination with other substances, other illicit drugs, prescription medications, over-the-counter medications, as well as alcohol. Most commonly, we're seeing it in combination with other opioids and then different kinds of depressants like alcohol and benzodiazepines, which have an additive and synergistic effect along with this opioid drug, as well as illicit stimulants. So people are using their illicit drugs such as methamphetamine and cocaine in addition to kratom. We also are seeing 7-hydroxymetragine, which was described in the previous presentation. Again, it's a metabolite of kratom or metragine, but it also is being marketed as a separate drug. And it is more potent and unfortunately has stronger opioid receptor effects and an increased risk of respiratory depression and death when it's used on its own. On the next slide, this slide is a little busy, but very rich in data. Here I've represented over the 10 years we've been seeing metragine in Northern Nevada, a bar graph of what other substances are being seen. So this might be a little repetitious of what I've already said, but you can look here and see the specific numbers. And I call your attention first to the top line of the data chart at the bottom, where we say metragine alone. So these are the cases where only metragine was detected and there was no other anatomic or other cause of death at autopsy. And there are 6 of those cases over the 10 years where metragine alone caused the death. Additionally, I would also call your attention to opioids, other opioids. That line, that's the largest number of cases here, 71 cases over the 10 years, had another opioid on board. And so these people are using opioids in addition to kratom, whether they are attempting to use it for their opioid substance use disorder or as just an additive opioid high, or if they're on pain medications. There are a variety of different scenarios. On the next slide, I've just described some of the challenges that we have as regards kratom in the forensic pathology and forensic toxicology world. The postmortem toxicology testing has been limited for any of the metabolites until very recently. Our office has had a research collaboration with the research arm of our toxicology laboratory, which is NMS Laboratories, which is a national lab, to acquire the needed testing for those metabolites. And recently they announced that they now have a clinical panel that will be available for these, particularly the 7-hydroxymetragine that we now have seen packaging literally in our death investigations labeled 7-OH, more potent, that someone has purchased here in Nevada and used and then passed away. So we'll be able to test for those. This will increase our testing capacity. They also are including in that panel another derivative, the 7-hydroxymetragine, the dihydro derivative, which is unfortunately even more potent. And this tends to be what we see with synthetic compounds, is that there is medicinal chemistry being performed to add a side chain to change the compound just slightly to increase its binding at the mu opioid receptor and to increase, unfortunately, its opioid effect so that it's more and more potent. We saw this also with fentanyl and fentanyl analogs, as I'm sure you're very aware. On the next slide, just wrapping up the challenges, I just described how the 7-hydroxymetragine is being sold on its own now in gas stations. Some people are calling it gas station morphine or legal morphine. And it's just very different than a combination of alkaloids that you get in leaf kratom. It's a concentrated single alkaloid with much greater potency. And then finally, the newer derivatives, as I mentioned, we're seeing the 1,2-dihydro derivative of 7-hydroxymetragine that has been seen in casework by our laboratory, NMS Laboratories. People are accessing that. And then there's also a new 9-fluoro derivative that's even more potent and has been described in the literature as 240 times more potent than morphine. And again, these are completely unregulated in Nevada at this time. So my last slide, in summary, over 100 deaths attributed to mitragynine alone or in combination with other substances have been seen over the 11 years that mitragynine has been present in Northern Nevada deceased individuals in our medical examiner cases. We had 15 cases just last year. And the known derivatives of the mitragynine alkaloid have increased potency and even more danger of death with unregulated use. So I think it's obvious from my presentation that I would be strongly in favor of regulation. Thank you very much.
Doctor, Dave Weisfer, I just have a question, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll go, after that, I'll go give a quick overview of the reg and then we'll open it up for public comment. I agree with your challenge. I think we work together, so we see a lot of different things. And the board sees this all the time where there's a chemical manipulation to get around what the law is too, not only to make it more potent, but to get around the law. And so we had some last minute discussions, and I'm just going to call it MGM 15 and 16. And so if the board, I think if the board does move forward with something, we're going to, and we've done this in other cases, we need to get back to like the root chemical so that we can address all the derivatives down I'm sure you'll be happy to work with us on that. And the crime labs will happy to work with us on that. So I think the intent of the board staff in putting this was to, address that kind of issue, but we'll have to work with LCB on how that language comes together so that when, if there is somebody saying you can't do this, we have to be able to show them that this is the chemical that we're talking about. So I do think that's one of our biggest challenge, and it's with the cannabis, it's with everything that we see. So I think that the board's used to it, but I think you and I talked late. I didn't want to miss like MGM 15 and 16, but I think what we're going to try to do if the board does move forward is try to write something that kind of captures all that. So I think you can, I guess my direct question is that's what the issue is when you're scheduling things, right?
Absolutely, that's what the issue is, that these derivatives will continue to develop just as we saw with fentanyl and cannabinoids and all of the other drugs, as you mentioned. Yes.
Yeah, and when we write it, we try not, so just to be clear, if somebody wants to if we schedule something and they want to do research on it, there's a pathway for that for the board member. So there's a pathway. You scheduling doesn't mean research can't happen. It just means it has to be FDA approved research, and the will give out a controlled substance registration to be able to do that research if it's appropriate in the state. So but we don't want to be too broad, and I think our first one was very broad, and then we talked to you about that and kind of removed it. But we have to find that medium spot, and Darla and I will work with you after this meeting if something does move forward to make sure that we're hitting those analogs.
To help any way I can.
Okay, appreciate your time.
Dr. Knight, this is Helen Park. I just wanted to thank you for coming in today and for your presentation. I think it's very helpful to know specifically how it has impacted us here in Nevada. And with that, I would say 1 death is too many. 100 deaths is heartbreaking. But with that, is it safe to say that is simply the numbers for Northern Nevada? And if we were to expand it across Nevada, it would be significantly a higher number?
Yes, I would say without a doubt, there are many cases in Clark County. I just don't have access to that data personally.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your presentation and for your service. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Dave Weiss, for the record, I'll just do a quick overview of the regulation itself and make it clear what we're attempting to do with this regulation, realizing that the board would have to pass it and they can make modifications to it. It really starts on page 5252. To be very clear, what's written here for your consideration is really 2 things. It is the natural leaf that's listed on 5256, and then the board staff has made an attempt to deal with the alkaloids that we know of, and Dr. Knight pointed out, there's two more. By the time we did this, she said there's two more that we should consider. So I think if the board does move forward and want to deal with the alkaloids, I would just ask that you give us the ability to try to you point us in the direction, and we'll do that language with the help of LCB. So with that, Madam President, that's the reg. You can look at it. There's a lot of public comment that's been sent to you electronically and in paper here today. And then if we do receive more written comment today, we will add that to the record and get that to the board members. So with that, Madam President, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Wiest. So I know that there are a lot of individuals that have come in today to speak on this item, and the board certainly welcomes public comment. What I'd like to do to organize the public comment for today is that I'd like to hear from those who are opposed to scheduling, and each individual, to allow a maximum amount of individuals, will be allowed 2 minutes per person, and we ask that you respectfully stay within those limits, and we'll have a timer going as well, up to a maximum of 30 minutes. So we'll start 2 minutes per person, maximum 30 minutes for those who are against the scheduling or the regulation. And then after that, we'll turn to those who are in favor of regulating. Again, 2 minutes maximum per person, maximum 30 minutes, just so we can keep the meeting going and complete the rest of our agenda. But we are very interested in hearing from you, and if by chance you don't have an opportunity to speak today, we are still accepting written comments, and then there'll be another opportunity, of course, when the hearing comes back to us. So with that, I will open up the floor for any public comment for those who are against or not in favor, opposed to scheduling. And then
Madam President, do you want to start with the public that's here in public first and then save some time for the online?
Certainly, yeah, if you could help me with that, that would be great.
We can, yeah. So if anybody is opposed and is in person here, please come to the table. And you can come up in multiples to save time, sir.
Thank you for your time. Martin Weimer. I'm 71 years old. I will start with my personal story. I've had 9 spinal fusion surgeries. My entire spine is fused except for my neck, and I'm fighting to keep that unfused. I've had some medical disasters after one of my surgeries, 3 months in a coma. This has been going on for 15 some odd years. I've been in pain. I've been depressed. I've been on every medication you can possibly imagine. I would love to relitigate the legislation that was passed to cope with the so-called opiate crisis, but that's a ship has already sailed. Let's talk about this. 6 years ago, I discovered Kratom. I was on a fentanyl patch at the time, also taking Percocet for breakthrough medication. I was essentially agoraphobic. I sat in my house. I was 70 pounds heavier than I am today. Depressed, essentially doing nothing. My social life had ended. Thank God my wife stuck through all of this. I discovered Kratom. Kratom, over the course of time, has allowed me once again to exercise. I'm an hour a day on my treadmill. I'm able to hike again. I'm able to enjoy vacations again. As I said, I've lost 70 pounds. I've gotten a life again. Now, doctors essentially have been put on a very tight leash in terms of pain management these days. As a result, it's almost impossible to get decent pain management. So you have to seek alternatives. One of the alternatives I found was Kratom. Now, you take Kratom away, you've already taken pain management essentially away. What is my alternative now? Shall I go out to the bar and drink Jack Daniels all day? That's legal. The medical examiner made a comment about, and this is how the hysteria fuse gets lit. She was talking about deaths in Washoe County.
That's the end of your 2 minutes, sir.
If you can just wrap it up, you can wrap it. You got a minute to wrap it up.
Let's just take a deep breath here. I don't know if this is binary, that you're going to make it Schedule 1 or you're not. If there is restrictions that could be placed on it over 21, I understand that. That makes sense to me. But to simply criminalize something because of differences of opinion concerns me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Thank you for having me today, and thank you for your time. Unfortunately, we only get 2 minutes. I did have quite a bit more prepared, but I will move through this as quickly as I can. My name is Andrew Sarles, commonly known as Drew. I'm 37 years old. I'm originally from Modesto, California, but I've resided in Reno since 2014. I'm here today to urge you to reconsider your decision to schedule the Kratom plant. I am a 14-year Kratom advocate who has not only safely and effectively utilized Kratom in my life, but has witnessed Kratom positively impact the lives of countless individuals over the course of those 14 years. I initially found Kratom in 2012 while in search for a healthier alternative to addiction prescription pain medication. I was born with scoliosis in my younger days. My cough angle was in the 30s. As I've grown older, I've also grown smarter with things like stretching and breathing and exercise to help alleviate it. I've also been an athlete and a martial artist my entire life, from ages 4 to 19. And I've suffered an array of injuries, such as broken bones, arthritis, tendonitis, sprains, bumps, bruises, etc., and several non-athletic related injuries, from specifically a car accident that almost took my life. That was when I was introduced to pharmaceutical pain medication at 17 years old for the first time. And 6 years following that, I dealt with dependence on it very heavily, to the point that it took a very large toll on my mental and physical health. I began my search for a healthier alternative in 2012. That search led me to discovering Kratom. And since then, I've not only completely stopped using pharmaceutical pain medication, I also quit smoking cigarettes after 13 years as a heavy smoker, as well as completely stopped drinking and any other illicit drugs.
Your time is up. If you can
Just wrap up.
wrap up.
Okay. In closing, it's given me my life back. I know I've come in contact with thousands of people the same, all of which are still alive today and well and thriving. And there's a lot of reasons to be skeptical, but I would highly urge you guys to further look into it and consider the testimony of someone with 14 years experience with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, if we could quickly
Come on up,
move to
please.
the next.
And if anybody else wants to come up, now's the time to come up so that you can save, you only have a half an hour. So come up to the table, sir. Come on up. You'll be next.
We can hold up a sign to tell you if you have about 15,
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
like 15 seconds left, so you can make your,
Yeah.
close your remarks. Okay.
Thanks, Shen.
Good morning. I'm Jack Henningfield from Baltimore, Maryland, adjunct professor at Johns Hopkins Medical School. I've been since 1978. I formerly headed clinical pharmacology and abuse potential at NIDA, National Institute on Drug Abuse. And with Pinney Associates, I developed medicines. I've been studying addictive drugs and doing abuse potential studies since the Controlled Substances Act went into force in 1971. I started working on Kratom for clients that were developing products in 2013, and I've done my own Kratom-funded Kratom studies, animal respiratory surveys, clinical, so forth. Some of my studies are with colleagues at Hopkins, University of Florida, and elsewhere. I submitted materials, including a Kratom 8-factor analysis. I have been doing 8-factor analyses since that was part of my job at NIDA, and I continue to do it and routinely for pharmaceutical sponsors. Those are the very high standards. A book that I just published addresses all the issues that have already been mentioned today. I give you the first chapter of the book, and it covers 7-hydroxy and some of the other issues. A couple of points were made this morning. First, I completely support scheduling Sudendoxil and 7-OH. I'm in full alignment with the FDA on that, which didn't mention Sudendoxil. But my 8-factor analysis of 7OH that I circulated to you electronically includes FDA's own documents, and I agree with their analysis. My analysis was much more expensive. A couple of quick comments that came up today. Sudendoxil and 7OH are not kratom alkaloids in the natural plant. They're synthetic derivatives. And if it's in the substance, in the product, it was added. You have a law that says dangerous substances shouldn't be added. They should be scheduled. They meet all criteria for scheduled. Mitragynine does not. The animal self-administration, drug discrimination, human studies, FDA is launching a new study that will be done hopefully in a year. Their initial study was simply a safety study at very high doses in humans. Last thing, ask the medical examiner what the toxidrome is for kratom. It's not been well defined. You look at the medical examiner reports, they'll give you a blood level. There is no blood level that's accepted that is lethal. There is no toxidrome that has been established because intoxication, which is on most reports, is not a cause of death. Anyway, I urge you to look at the data, look at the evidence. I'm in agreement with FDA, DEA, and NIDA, and the World Health Organization. Public health interest is served by kratom access to consumers. But by that, I mean natural kratom and kratom derivatives, not products spiked with 7-hydroxy and other substances. Thank you. And I'm happy to give you any literature that you're looking for. If it's out there, it's probably in my library that has 1,100 articles at this point, 20 of them my own.
Thank you, Doctor.
For your comments.
Hello, my name is Tony, 26 years old, and I grew up here in Reno. Firstly, I just want to be transparent that public speaking is absolutely terrifying for me, and I genuinely am freaking out. But that speaks to me working up the courage to come do this. I'll keep it very brief, just read off my paper here. I've experienced the impact of opioid addiction firsthand. My mother struggled with it for most of my life, and I lost her a few years ago because of it. It's something that runs in my family, and I understand where that road can lead. I was at risk of heading in that same direction. For me, kratom has helped me avoid that. It's something that I use to stay steady, clear-minded, and live a normal, happy life. I work, I take care of myself, and I'm a part of my community. If access to kratom is taken away, people in my position don't just stop. They often return to more harmful alternatives, and that's the biggest concern. I'm asking you to keep that in mind when making these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Adriana.
If you can just speak into the microphone, Adriana, thanks.
Hello, my name is Adriana, and I was born and raised here in Reno, Nevada. And I've had a great experience working in the kratom industry here in Northern Nevada for the last 7 years. I am fully supporting the ban of 7OH and pseudo and any derivatives of the natural kratom plant. The only thing that I'm here to speak about today is keeping kratom in its natural form safe and accessible, but also regulated. I would love to see kratom and 7OH, et cetera, pulled from gas stations and from random gas station stores or smoke shops. And I would love to see it regulated in a space similar to cannabis, where there are age restrictions and there is just support from FDA, the government, pharmaceutical boards, et cetera. That's all I have to say.
Great, thank you for your comments.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sinjin Smith. I'm a Reno, Nevada born and raised resident. I am one of the few professional mixed martial arts fighters here in this town. I've been a professional athlete for about 13 years. I run a nonprofit in this town, one of the few nonprofits that actively is cleaning this Truckee River in our watershed. I do not use substances such as alcohol, cannabis, prescription drugs. I have torn both of my ACLs. I've had 3 ACL surgeries. I've broken over 20 bones in my body. I don't use pharmaceuticals. I've been down that road because, my goodness, anybody who gets an ACL surgery Percocet, all of that. I can only speak from personal opinion and experience, along with many others here. But I do believe that if we continue to allow a substance that causes hundreds of thousands of deaths every year in the form of alcohol, yet we can, which is readily available to everybody at any time, especially in Nevada. But we're going to regulate a substance in its whole form. I'm not speaking in favor of 7-OH, but in the whole form of that kratom. I can tell you from personal experience with moderate use based on pain, it has supported me, and I am all for having some form of regulation regarding that 7-OH stuff. I am no expert, but I am speaking again from personal experience. I'm in favor of keeping the whole leaf kratom involved in our lives, and it can be used, I'm sure, like anything can be abused. But we have an opportunity right now to consider this for all the other people who see the benefit from that whole leaf. And that's what I'm here to support. And I believe you all have the right decision in mind. I hope you consider that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Hey, Madam President, that's the public comment in person will migrate to the online. There's 7 minutes left in your time, but you can adjust that as you see. So we'll go ahead and move to the online people.
Okay, great.
Matt, go ahead and go.
Thank you. My name is Matt Caddo, Senior Fellow of Public Policy with the American Kratom Association. If there's one thing that I can leave with you, it is that 7-OH and its synthetics and semi-synthetic counterparts are not kratom. And as you evaluate kratom, you need to look closely at that. One of the leading manufacturers of 7-OH products publicly said that the way that they extract 7-OH from the leaves is they use pull shock chemicals, highly concentrated chlorine and baking soda. That is not kratom, and it needs to be explained and pulled apart when these discussions take place. The reason that the FDA today is not focused on natural kratom leaf products and specifically are targeting 7-OH and its synthetic derivatives is because they conducted a dose finding study, which I've submitted to you, and now that found that kratom was safe at well tolerated at all dose levels. And there's a follow-on human abuse potential study that's ongoing with the FDA right now. It would be premature for anything to happen in Nevada until that's concluded. Chair Park was right. Any death is tragic. But if you look at the NIDA and FDA web pages, they identify kratom deaths as rare. And when they do occur, they're because of polydrug use and adulterated products. The CDC data on the deaths that are related to kratom, they found that of the deaths that were metrogene only identified by medical examiners, they used more sophisticated testing and found for the blood samples available, they were polydrug use. The CDC has recommended that we should have standardized postmortem death investigations to make sure we get good information. The FDA adverse event reporting system looks at every single adverse event and every death, and they've evaluated and looked at whether there are clusters of deaths related to kratom, and their determination to date is there is no reason to intervene for a
15
black
seconds.
box warning on any of that. The NMS Labs that was referenced earlier has identified in a peer-reviewed published literature that there is no toxic level of metrogene, and they give you a 100 nanograms per milliliter as a level of concern, not that it causes any death. The board should not collapse natural leaf kratom and dangerous 7-OH products into one category. They have to be separated, and our consumer-based organization would support 7-OH scheduling. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Thank you,
comments.
sir. Dr. Ross, you're up next. Go ahead. Dr. Ross, your microphone's not on. If you can unmute yourself. Dr. Ross, you're still muted on your side.
Hi there, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
We can now. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi there, my name is Dr. Ross. I'm an addiction neuroscientist who has lived in Nevada for 4 years, although now I'm in Texas. I have worked with kratom consumers across the United States. I strongly oppose making any of these alkaloids Schedule 1. Whether or not you believe that these substances are safe, and I will say that they are, and all of these alkaloids are actually found in the kratom leaf. Making a compound Schedule 1 has consequences. Unfortunately, it leads people to the illicit market where they will consume pills, fentanyl, oxycodone, etc., and that will lead to overdoses and deaths. So you are literally going to be banning a safer compound and driving the public to more unsafer compounds where they will overdose and die. That's not public health. Unfortunately, that's public harm. So we have to really think about the 200,000 Kratom users in Nevada and at least 10,000 consumers of 7-OH products. By the way, there's no data whatsoever in humans showing that 7-OH products are more dangerous than Kratom drinks, Kratom extracts, or Kratom leaf. More research needs to be done, and I have actually done the largest study of 7-OH consumers in the United States. I believe I have sent my research report in. But I have to say that there has been a lot of things that have been overstated. The risk has been overstated on these products by the FDA, by other scientists and researchers here. And I'd really love to have a science-based conversation about these compounds rather than something that's driven by fear. I think that we owe it to the residents of Nevada who are struggling with chronic pain, substance abuse, and without these substances, Kratom and 7-OH products, they are going to be left with the options of suicide, suffering, or street drugs. And I have to say also that these products are not, causing an issue with children or anything like that. Most teenagers prefer most teenagers prefer cannabis products as opposed to Kratom products because they don't cause euphoria. They cause dysphoria at higher doses. They are pain relieving. They are not euphoria causing. So there's a lot of science here that shows that they're different than traditional opioids. And I really want to urge the board to look at, causing regulations that are really much more saner, like 21 and plus, maybe dosage caps on 7-OH products.
Ross, could you wrap up your comments, please?
No problem. Again, I urge you not to schedule any of these Kratom alkaloids and to support reasonable regulation. I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments.
Creighton McCain, you're next. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. This is my first Zoom. Y'all had to unmute. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Good morning. My name is Creighton McCain. I'm a Nevada resident. Excuse me. I'm here to respectfully oppose the scheduling of the Kratom alkaloids under LCB file number R107-25. Excuse me. I'm trying to catch my breath. I am deeply concerned that the board is attempting to use administrative rulemaking to override the Nevada Kratom Consumer Protection Act. The legislature has already spoken on this issue by choosing to regulate, not ban this plant by scheduling these alkaloids. The board is effectively attempting to repeal a state statute without legislative consent and act a regulatory overreach that ignores the safety standards already in place for Nevada consumers. As a law-abiding resident, I do rely on the natural Kratom plant to safely manage my pain and overall well-being. For me, and this is many years, it's been literally life-saving about maintaining a productive quality of life. And as a responsible consumer who only purchases from GMP-compliant vendors that follow strict safety and lab testing standards. In closing, excuse me, I urge the board to follow the true science and respect the laws passed by our elected representatives. The right approach is to regulate dangerous synthetic 7-OH products, not natural Kratom leaf. Please uphold the KCPA and protect safe, regulated access for Nevadans like me. Thank you.
For your comments.
All right, Madam President, we do have a handful of more people. You're at 39 minutes or 34 minutes. Do you want to go for a couple more, or do you want to cut it there and they can give us a written comment?
I think we need to cut it there and go to written
Okay.
comment.
Okay, so for the people that raise your hand, you can provide a written comment to whatever you're going to do, and the board will see that and it'll become part of the record. With that, we'll migrate over to any comment that's in favor of the regulation. And if you're in person, come on up. You can come on up to the table to save time. Appreciate it. And then if you're, just for the people online, if you're against it, please lower your hand, or we'll lower your hand for you. And then we'll give a minute for people to raise their hand for it. So if you're against it, please lower your hand.
And please state your first and last name when you make public comment. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, board members of this committee. My name is Leah Cartwright, LEA-CARTWRIGHT. I'm here today on behalf of the Nevada Psychiatric Association in support of this regulation. The Nevada Psychiatric Association has been working on kratom mitragynine issues for quite some time now, since 2019, when that bill was first passed. We have seen and are seeing patients coming in for addiction treatment. They do meet the criteria for opioid use disorder from kratom and mitragynine alone. I do have Clark County death data from 2020 to 2023. There were 64 deaths in Clark County attributed to mitragynine. I also want to note that this is marketed heavily. There were some comments about, this is natural, this is a substance that we need to be allowed to use, that people will go to the illicit market. Right now, this is in gas stations, it's in your drugstores, it's in your pharmacies. It's marketed heavily in the gym world, our quote unquote gym bros. All of my little brothers are familiar with it because they hang out at the gym. They hang out with mixed martial artists. So it's marketed towards our young men. And it's also considered to impact military readiness. So the Department of Defense does not allow military members to utilize kratom or mitragynine. You are considered a security risk if you do use that in the military. So there are several reasons to support this regulation and prohibit the sales of kratom in Nevada. We are seeing deaths, we are seeing addiction. This is impacting our state and our neighbors, our relatives. So I would urge you to continue in this process. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comments.
Good morning, my name is Hillary Tesluk. I'm the former vice president and co-founder of Quitting Kratom Support, and I'm currently the executive director for End Kratom Addiction. But I am not here today speaking as a founder or director. I'm here as a person in long-term recovery from both kratom and 7-hydroxymitragynine. I'm here to represent the tens of thousands of people with stories just like mine who aren't able to be here today. I found kratom in 2017. I was told it was a natural alternative for anxiety and pain. Initially, it worked. I stopped taking benzodiazepines, my social anxiety vanished, and I recommended it to everyone I knew. But the amount I needed for relief grew. My intake went from a few capsules to 100 capsules per day. Eventually, kratom was all I was consuming. I began losing my hair and became clinically underweight. I lost so much strength that I could no longer stand in the shower. That's the reality of kratom leaf. It's not a harmless tea, it's a substance that consumed my health until I was a shell of myself. I fought to get clean, but years later, I encountered 7-hydroxymitragynine. It was marketed as a refined product, convenient in single doses. Following a personal tragedy, I relapsed on 7-hydroxy. If you suffer from addiction, you know it's never just one, and that's especially true for 7-hydroxymitragynine. 7-0 is so potent that I couldn't see straight, maintain my balance, or follow conversations, and most concerningly, I often felt as though I had lost the basic reflex to breathe. I'm here to tell you that there is no safe form of these substances. Quitting Kratom Support held thousands seeking help for kratom leaf addiction before 7-0 ever hit the market. The leaf itself was already destroying lives. These new concentrates are simply accelerating the damage and forcing everyone to pay attention to what was already happening. I urge you to take action to protect Nevada citizens by removing free access to these drugs, and I'm clearly in support of regulation. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comments.
All right, Madam President, that's all we have in person. I think we'll go ahead and go to online. Dan Gibbs, if you're for the regulation, you can go ahead and go. Go ahead, Dan.
Yes. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Dan Gibbs, and I'm here to speak in support of the proposed scheduling of kratom alkaloids, including mitragynine and 7-OH. First of all, I want to commend all of you. It's such a breath of fresh air to go to a board meeting or a hearing, and your homework has been done, and the scientific data is being put out there. On December 6, 2023, my 25-year-old son, Austin, died after consuming retail kratom products. The medical examiner determined his death was mitragynine toxicity. His toxicology report identified no opioids, no fentanyl, no heroin, no prescription drugs, and no other contributing substances. His death was consistent with opioid-type toxicity, including respiratory depression. This was not an abstract or theoretical risk. This was natural kratom purchased in a retail setting. A substance cannot be described by consumers as strong enough to replace opioids like morphine, heroin, or fentanyl, and at the same time be considered a safe, unregulated consumer product. I also want to provide something beyond my personal experience. I submitted to you an official document from the Ohio Board of Pharmacy titled Classification of Metragedine Compounds as Schedule I Controlled Substances. This is not advocacy. This is a formal scientific and regulatory analysis. The analysis was conducted using Ohio's required 8-factor controlled substance review, the same structured legal and scientific framework used to evaluate Schedule I substances. Based on that review, the Ohio Board of Pharmacy determined that metragedine meets the criteria for Schedule I classification, including abuse potential, lack of accepted medical use, and safety concerns. Importantly, Ohio has already acted on kratom-derived synthetics, placing compounds such as 7-OH in a Schedule I. The same scientific framework is now being applied to natural metragedine. This is a convergence of lived experience and formal scientific review by a state regulatory agency. I urge the board to evaluate these substances based on their pharmacology, documented risk, and established regulatory standards, not on how they are marketed or described in retail settings. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. I didn't know you were done. Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. All right. Matthew Winterhawk, you're up next, please.
Matthew Winterhawk, for the record, WINTERHAWK. Over the past several years, especially following COVID, funny enough, I witnessed firsthand that there was a shift in this industry at a national trade show called CHAMPS here locally in Las Vegas. And within that supply chain, it was a strong push towards concentrated kratom products being marketed for pain relief, mood, and energy. And at that time, I actually raised concerns directly with the vendors and the shows and ultimately chose to step away from participation with any of them because the trajectory was clear that increasing potency, increasing accessibility, and no meaningful regulatory framework was their goal. Today, these products are now widely available in smoke shops and gas stations with no standardized dosing, no consistent labeling or alkaloid content, no meaningful consumer protections. At the same time, communities are now dealing with dependence and withdrawal, individuals that are seeking help from kratom-related use. So now there are kratom treatment centers within proximity of the smoke shops statistically and are strategically placed, funny enough. This is a future concern that is already happening. So it's like they know what they're doing. The industry knew what it was doing when it started. The facilitators who are now treating kratom addicts know what they're doing when they set up their shops. These smoke shop owners know that they have so long to make the money off of it before it's scheduled. This is something that happens again and again and again. Add a CBD derivative, add something else. Oh, you made that legal or illegal? Well, we'll hydrolyze it, or we'll add a fragmented piece to it, or we'll do something else to it. Now we'll change the marketing. They were shipping and trafficking cannabis, actual marijuana, across all 50 states due to a loophole that was inside of the Farm Bill. My concern is not that we're operating faithfully. We're operating in what we would call a post-reaction model, where substances are widespread availability before meaningful oversight is actually applied. And I'm here to respectfully urge that you create a more proactive front-end approach to banning these substances and not making them readily available, testing them on the public, right? And then bringing it in to profit at the pharmaceutical level, the scheduling. It's really wild to watch them test it on the people like rats and then bring it in and then be like, now we're going to make the money on it because we saw how much money can be made on it. And that's the problem with me. It needs to be an actual solution for pain seekers. There's a real community out there, and they look at us, for the people speaking against it, as against them, and we're not. What I want is a safe alternative for all of them. I want them to not have pain. I want them to have real lives and not to be seeking or living. Their Social Security checks are going to smoke shops. I watch families walk in there.
Go ahead and do your final comments, please. Thank you.
I apologize. Thank you, but this is a huge subject, and it takes a lot of input. Thank you. Have a great day.
We appreciate your input on it. Mr. or Miss Chamberlain, if you can unmute yourself, we've unmuted you. If you could go ahead and speak.
Morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Wendy Chamberlain, founder of Kratom Danger Awareness, Inc. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. I am here as a mother. My son Joseph Lambrazo died in 2020 from accidental metrageny toxicity after using a product he believed was safe. This product was marketed as a GMP natural leaf powder for energy. There were no other substances in his system or underlying health concern. There were no real warnings, no understanding of the risks, and no protections that prevented his death. Our petition to the Drug Enforcement Administration has been accepted and is now under review, under federal review, under the Controlled Substances Act. Your decision today contributes to the national public health evaluation. In March 2026, the CDC reported that hospitalizations and poisonings involving kratom have increased by more than 1,200% over the past decade. We are told regulation like the Kratom Consumer Protection Act will make these products safer, but it does not. It creates the appearance of safety while allowing continued sale of a substance that has no FDA approval, not lawfully marketed as a dietary supplement, and has been linked to addiction, toxicities, and death. Even the states with so-called protections, we continue to see harm. This is not a labeling issue. This is not a consumer education issue. This is a public health and safety issue. I respectfully urge the board to take meaningful action to protect Nevada residents by not regulating the sale of these products, by recognizing the risk they pose. Because behind every statistic is a person, and behind every testimony is my son. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Madam President, that's all we see online for comments. Again, if anybody wants to provide comments, you can do that in writing after the meeting. It'll become part of the public record. As I turn it back over for the board for discussion, I'll remind you that NRS 453.166 talks about Control 1 substance, Schedule 1 substances, and the statute directs you to, if you find a product that has a high abuse potential and has no medical use, that you shall schedule that as one. So as we've had some public comment, you're certainly acting within your statutory authority. As I mentioned before, the legislature has the final say on what passes or what doesn't pass. And there's other schemes where Schedule 1s are still purchased. All you're doing is looking at the science of the substance itself and does it qualify to be a Schedule 1 drug. With that, Madam President, I'll turn it over to you for to lead the discussion.
And Madam President, I think there is one more person who raised their hand.
Okay, thanks, Susan. Thanks, Jen.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me okay?
We can, go ahead.
Thank you for hearing my testimony. Yes, my name is Susan Cave. I'm the mother of William Cave, who died 2 years ago this coming Monday from consuming raw leaf kratom, not synthetics or synthetic derivatives or 7-OH. He was healthy. He worked hard. He took raw leaf kratom to help with his anxiety and depression. At the same time, he was taking kratom. He was taking prescribed antidepressants, Prozac and Celesta. And when he died, I had no idea why he died. I thought it might have been a heart attack, but his toxicology came back with everything within normal limits, but it showed a very high level of metrageny. I believe it was 1,219 nanograms per milliliter in his blood. And after that happened, I learned that kratom can really do some bad things to you. He thought it was safe when he first started taking it in 2020, thought it was safe. I thought it was safe. I even asked him, William, is this safe? Yes, Mom, it's safe. I've read everything. What I read, it said it was safe. And then when he died, I learned all these horrible things about kratom, like there are no FDA-approved medical uses for kratom. And kratom is not lawfully marketed as a dietary supplement, although it's sold as one. The FDA has warned for over a decade that kratom use may cause liver injury, seizures, substance use disorder, and death. And I hate to rebut Mrs. Ross's testimony, but kratom use during pregnancy can lead to neonatal abstinence syndrome, a withdrawal syndrome observed in newborns following in utero exposure. Suitors indicates thousands of kratom-involved overdoses. Kratom has a high potential for abuse, no accepted medical use. Right now, states of Alabama, Arkansas, Connecticut, Indiana, Louisiana, Vermont, Wisconsin have all banned kratom. Please, please do no harm, please. And I appreciate you. It seems like you guys are really knowledgeable about kratom. A lot of legislators I listen to have no clue, but thank you. And please listen to these families, listen to me. And I appreciate your consideration and thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Madam President. I think we have one more that's for the regulation. Denis, go ahead and go, and you're within your 30-minute time frame.
Hi, I'm here today because my niece died last year using what she believed was
Denis,
safe
hold on.
and
Denis, you
natural
have
product.
Denis, you have two devices on for sound. So turn off your computer sound or something, and then you're getting a reverb. And we want to be able to hear you, so the reverb's difficult. So if you turn off one of your devices, and then go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you,
Try
is it fixed?
It's not. Let's just take our time. Are you operating on your phone or a computer? There's two sounds on your side to the reverbing against, or two microphones. So if you have two devices that you're using, turn one of them off. Go ahead and try now.
Can you hear me now?
Still getting the reverb. So what I'm going to have you do you have a pen and a piece of paper there?
I do.
I'm going to just give you a phone number, or just dial back in and we'll put you in. So the phone number that you'll dial into is, get ready to write it, 669-900-6833. And then the meeting ID that you'll put in is 588-625-6671. If you just dial that with your phone, we won't be able to see you, but you don't have your camera on anyway. I'll read the number one more time, 669-900-6833. And then the meeting ID is 625-6671. We'll look for you in Zoom when you come in. Can you give me the last four digits of your phone number, please? Madam President, just give us a moment. We'll try to get Danae on the line here. Danae, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and go ahead and speak.
Are you there? Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't get it figured out.
Stay right here. You're logged on twice. We're going to try to.
Is it working now?
It is. Go ahead, Danae. We got you. Thanks.
Okay, I am so sorry.
It's not your fault. It's technology. Go ahead.
All right, I'm sorry. So I'm here because my niece, she died from kratom. She thought that what she was using was safe and that it was natural. It wasn't. She went from a functioning working person, a college student, to being stuck at home and being depressed. And we didn't know what was wrong with her. But what ended up happening is she died. And the investigation and the autopsy determined it was natural kratom. She didn't understand the risk. It was marketed as a natural plant and that it was safe, and it was sold openly with no clear warnings. And she believed it was helping her pain, but it was actually making it worse. And I live in Idaho, here in Bonneville County. The coroner did a report. In the past 18 months, there's been 6 people who have died with kratom in their system. 4 of them were determined to be solely of mitragynine toxicity, so no other causes. We're a small area, we're a small city. Then we also have North Idaho, where the Panhandle Health District issued a public warning due to deaths and due to addiction. So these are official health warnings that have come from public health, and the product's being sold over the counter. There's no standard dosing, no constant strength, and no established safe limits. People are making these decisions based on how it's marketed, not on how these investigations, they're making decisions based on how it's marketed. My niece believed that it was safe, and so many other people are believing that it's safe, and it's costing them their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Danae. Thanks for working through the technology. Madam President, let's see what time we have. You have time for one more in your 30 minutes. So, and I think somebody just added late. So, oh, Susan, you already went. Well, go ahead. I don't know if there's more than one. There might be more than one Susan. So go ahead and unmute yourself, Susan.
Hello, my name's Susan Eppard.
Okay.
And I would love for you to ban all forms of kratom. My 22-year-old son died in 2021 before they made any concentrated 7-OH or Pseudonoxil or MGM-15 or any of those other. He died strictly from kratom whole leaf powder, which was advertised to him as like a coffee product for energy. And it caused him to have a seizure and go into cardiac arrest and die on his kitchen floor in front of his girlfriend, who is completely devastated and will be for the rest of her life. And his toxicology and autopsy showed he had no underlying health conditions. He had no prescription drugs, no street drugs, nor alcohol in his system when he died. And this shouldn't be happening. And this has been over 4 years of my fight to get this garbage drug off the streets. And I've had so many people come to me on my social medias where I've had over 10 million views telling me that their loved one died from kratom. And I feel like I'm really not stopping this garbage drug and getting it off the streets and out of the gas stations, just freely available to all of our children. And it's just been heartbreaking for me. And it has completely destroyed my life and my life for my family. It's been completely devastating. Please ban this garbage drug. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Susan, can you just spell your last name? We want to get the record correct, please.
Yes, it's EPPARD.
All right, and we appreciate your testimony. Madam
Thank you.
President, that's it. Go ahead and turn it over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you for your comments. So I think as a start, what we can do is for our board members, if you have any questions, maybe for Dr. Zarley on the presentation, we'll start with questions and then we could move into our discussion. So I'll start us there. Does anyone have any questions before we go into discussion?
For staff? No, Madam President.
Okay. Okay, then.
Do you have any questions for staff?
I do not have any questions for staff. I appreciate the work that Dr. Zarley has put into this presentation and for sharing that with us today. I'd also like to start by just acknowledging all the public comments that we've had, both for and against. I think it's helpful always to receive feedback from the public. I'll start our discussion. I think first, I'd like to offer my condolences to those who spoke today, particularly who lost a loved one, a family member or a child. As a parent myself, I can't imagine losing a child in this fashion or to an overdose specific to kratom. Secondly, I want to recognize that I hear from a lot of the testimony today that many of those who spoke against the regulation are people who are seeking help and relief. And I hear the pain in your voice, and I hear the need that you are expressing, that you want to have some type of relief, whether it's from your depression, your anxiety, maybe for your performance, whatnot. And I know that it is very difficult when you're out there and you are suffering. And I think in many ways, perhaps due to some of the marketing of kratom, individuals have turned to kratom thinking that it's a natural, safe way to alleviate some of those ailments or pain that they have been feeling. I've been increasingly concerned and watching and studying kratom because it's become so much more popularized, and especially amongst young people as a way to kind of get ready for your workout, get ready for your day, maybe to, moms who are working and trying to juggle work and parenting, and same with fathers, to give them just that extra performance boost so they can do and manage life. And so I think, unfortunately, it has been marketed in such a way that I think most consumers are not informed that it could also be very dangerous to take, and that there are risks to taking a drug that is not FDA approved, that does not have any approved medical use, and that has been designated by the DEA as a drug of concern. Last week, just last week, I was able to attend a national conference that is the RX and Illicit Drug Conference or Summit. And one of the main session topics was kratom and the concern of increasing kratom-related deaths across the country, and then just the concerns around the mislabeling, that it often shows that the ingredients are inaccurate, or the strength is inaccurate, or that it was not manufactured in a way that was safe or free of contaminants. And so I think as we as a nation deal with our opioid epidemic, we're seeing a rise in kratom-related deaths, and I think some of those might be individuals who in earnest have thought that this could help with their recovery from opioids, but instead has created a separate problem in terms of their addiction. And so I say that because I have, you know, I think as we look at our communities, you know, our communities need help and they need support. And I just want to express that there are, I want to remove the stigma for any type of recovery. I think there was a speaker today who mentioned that she went through recovery, and I think recovery is probably one of the most difficult things to do. But it's so important that we focus on recovery and support, and there's medications out there to help support the transition away from kratom for those who have formed a dependency on it, and there's help available. I think there's a large amount of people who may not even realize at this point that they need help because they were under the impression that it was safe and non-addictive, but it is very physiologically addictive. We've seen that. We've seen that it's harmful and that it has led to deaths in our communities and again across the nation. And with that, I think just overall, when I take into consideration the information that is out there, the science behind the drug, the feedback from our communities, including today, you know, I look at what we are here to do as a board, and as a board, we are here to protect the public. And specifically in this matter, and I know that it is very, it's a matter that's gained a lot of attention. We are here to determine whether or not, you know, this is safe for Nevadans, and I think in terms of our, you know, our authority, and as Dave mentioned, for NRS 453146, I don't see how we cannot schedule this drug. I don't see how we cannot protect Nevadans and regulate kratom and any derivative of kratom. So those are just my initial thoughts as I think about this workshop item, and from there I'll turn it over to my board members for you to share your thoughts as well.
Madam President, I'd like to, I agree wholeheartedly with everything you said. You just have a very nice way of saying it, and I agree with it. I just a couple thoughts about what we saw today and what happened today. We had the people that came forward that used kratom and swear by it, says it changed their lives. And 3 or 4 people said it changed their lives. It gave them their life back, and they need it. I feel certainly we would have had more come forward and say the same thing, except that, like Dr. Knight, a Washoe County coroner said, they've expired, or they would have been here too. But it killed them. We've had experts. The gentleman from Johns Hopkins did a paper on it, maybe many papers on why it's fine. The leafy substance. He agrees with the derivatives could be scheduled, but he disagrees about the leafy substance. And we would have had many more experts come in and say this thing, but we're going to have just as many experts, which I've seen and read about, that say just the opposite. That say no, leafy substance has to be scheduled too, and here's why. They give just as many great reasons why it should be. The problem we have is that the leaf, you need that. You need the kratom leaf in order to make the derivatives. So to just regulate the derivatives, that's not enough. This board, I don't want to, I could talk all day about this, but this board needs to just do what they're sworn to do, is to protect Nevadans And if we don't schedule it, we're not doing our job. I wouldn't be able to go to bed at night and not feel guilty if there's just another death. There's recourse. If we schedule this board, keep in mind, board, if we schedule this and we're overruled by the courts or we're overruled by the legislature, we did our part. We did what we were sworn to do. We can't control what the courts are going to do or what the legislature might do. But we could control what we do. We could do our best to protect Nevadans. And we could put our heads on a pillow at night and sleep comfortably knowing that we did it. And if people die because the legislature or the courts overruled us, it's not on our conscience. It's not on my soul. It's not on your soul. We have to do what we were sworn to do here. This is a very, very important thing. And I do want to say that for those people that say the leafy substance is fine, you could take it. While they were saying that, I was thinking about my days when I was working with narcotics and law enforcement, about how it's like heroin, and that, yes, it helps you today, but then you need a little bit more tomorrow. And your body will take that and now needs a little bit more to tolerate it. And the proof was the young lady that came before us and said that she started out with 1 capsule, was wound up taking 100 capsules because your body just absorbed it. It's a dead end street. The leafy substance is a dead end street. So the proof of the pudding is all the deaths. And that's what we're here to prevent, the death. So that's my feeling. I feel like we have to do what's right for Nevadans. If we get overruled, we did our part. We did our best to protect them. We did what we were sworn to do. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Tomaso.
Adam Porth for the record. I am in support of regulation of not only 7-OH and the other derivatives, but the metragenine parent compound as well. I think when we consider how we want to craft this, I think looking at the current regulation language, I would like to see some sort of a change to address the evolving derivatives that are coming out. So I would like to give board staff direction that we need to change the proposed regulation to also address things like the 15 and 16. I don't know if within the legal construct of the regulation, it seems like it's very compound specific for the rest of the Schedule 1 products. So I'm not sure how we can do that without specifically calling out each and every one. The other thing is just a couple of thoughts that came across as far as how some people, their experience with it has been very safe, and for others, obviously, there's been tragic consequences. I mean, I think metragenine, similar to codeine, you have something that, in its parent form is not super dangerous, but as our liver starts to metabolize it, you get into much more pharmacologically active compounds. I think we all can appreciate that there's a pharmacogenomic component to this, that there are certain people within our population that their livers metabolize things differently than other people. And we're not going to be able to predict that, especially with something that's available readily over the counter. So certainly I think that there's enough demonstrated risk that it's our duty to schedule these compounds.
All right, thank you, Mr. Porath.
For the record, I'm also in support of scheduling metragenine, kratom, and all of the derivatives. The concerns that I have too is when we're dealing with something that is considered natural, safe, you come across unregulated products where we have no idea the concentration or the amount that the person is actually ingesting. And while there's no clear, at this point, documented what level is considered lethal as not, we're marketing these to young children. Young children don't have fully formed, frontal cortexes. They're making decisions based off things like, oh, this is going to pump me up, get me ready for the gym, things of that nature. And as has been documented in the testimony, as someone starts to use these products, they become more and more reliant on them. And we just don't know what the safe, or if there is any safe amount. And so in doing so, in order to keep Nevadans safe, I don't think we have any choice but to schedule this product and all of its derivatives as well.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Carr. Ms. Jacobo, did you want to make any statements?
That's good.
Nothing in addition to what all of my fellow board members has already discussed. I appreciate all of the testimony, share the same concerns, and I'm fully supportive of the regulation.
Okay. And then I'd like to also give an opportunity to Board Member Freitas, if you are out there and you'd like to make a comment.
Yeah, so anything other than what's already been said, I would say on a very basic level, for me, if this medication on a chemical level is able to affect your life in a positive way, it's able to do the same thing in a negative way. So I'm also in favor of this.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, thank you, board members, for the discussion. I think we're ready to move and take a motion. I think we're ready for a motion.
Yeah, just thanks, Madam President. Dave Weiss for the record. I think just as Adam said, I think the path is it could stay in its current form, or we can make an attempt with LCB to address derivatives. I believe that there's a way to do that, but even if we do that, you've seen this already because you've been here for years. There'll be a new substance that has to be addressed, and we'll address that as we can see it and test for it. So it's tough for us to do. We need testing first to know that it's a product, and you've seen the work that you do with the crime lab that we have to be able to test for it. So we'll work with the stakeholders that we're already working with. And address that the derivative. I think most of the testimony, all but one, maybe or two, was for the derivative. So I don't think there's any issue with that. You'll see it again when you get it back from for hearing, and that LCB will done our work in LCB. So I just need them if you're going to make a motion, it sounds like you are, just to direct us to try to incorporate the derivatives that we know about, and then we'll bring that back when we get it back for hearing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wiest.
For the record, I would move that we adopt the proposed amended regulation and also give the board direction to capture any of the known derivatives of kratom as well.
Okay, there's a motion by Ms. Jacobo. Was that a second by Mr. Porath?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you everyone for that discussion. With that, we are going to take a brief break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're going to continue on with our Board of Pharmacy meeting agenda. Next, we have our workshop item 15A, and with that, I will turn that one over to Dr. Long.
Thank you, Madam President. It'll be just one moment while I pull that up in the board book.
And then before you begin, just as a tech check, can you hear me okay?
Almost too well, Madam President.
Oh, okay. I'll stand back a little bit.
You fixed the request. As Jan's getting ready, I'll tell you, it's in your board book. It's 5249.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Jen Long for the record, just fixing my mic. All right, this is item 15A. It is a workshop. This is a proposed regulation, adding a new section in Chapter 639 of the Nevada Administrative Code. The proposed language describes the manner in which pharmacies are to maintain records of the receipt and distribution, destruction, loss, or theft of substances handled by the pharmacy. The reason for this regulation, we have seen before the board theft of controlled substances by pharmacy employees. This is not uncommon in pharmacies. These
employee thefts are often due to lack of accounting or record keeping of controlled substances in these pharmacies, also due to accounting or record keeping that has been delegated to pharmaceutical technicians, or lack of investigation when a loss or discrepancy of controlled substance has been identified. This regulation ensures that there is accurate accounting of controlled substances in pharmacies and requires a registered pharmacist to ensure the accurate accounting. Lastly, the regulation requires the pharmacy to maintain a perpetual inventory of Schedule 2 through 4 controlled substances and to initiate an investigation within 72 hours of that discrepancy or loss to determine the cause of the loss or discrepancy. I won't read through the language. It is in the board book, but I will pause for any questions that the board members may have.
Okay, I don't have any questions. Board members, any questions for Dr. Long? Okay, then do you have any further presentation, Dr. Long?
No further
Okay.
to add, so we'll probably need to take public comment on that.
All right, then we will turn it over for public comment. If there's anyone who wishes to make a public comment on agenda item 15B, please raise your hand or come forward to the microphone.
Madam President, I've not seen anybody in person, but we'll give them a minute, and we're looking online right now.
Okay.
Does may want to make public comment?
Okay, Ms. McMiniman, I think you're making a comment. Hi, Liz. Good morning.
Oh, Liz, you're muted.
I see that. I see that. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We can hear you, Liz.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Madam President and board staff for the opportunity to speak on this workshop. I will tell you, I'm coming in with just a little bit of information, but the members haven't really weighed in on anything. I unfortunately had an issue trying to download this workshop item because 5,000 pages in a board book was tying my system up and I just couldn't get it. So I had somebody send me the language. We haven't had a chance to really review, other than knowing that there's a couple of issues there that you're wanting a perpetual inventory on 3s and 4s. Now C2s we totally understand, but the 3s and 4s we have some concerns about. And some of our members, it would actually make them have to redo their whole system. But that going forward, I'd like to have an opportunity to talk to Dave about some of the concerns once I get more input from our members. So I appreciate that. And I guess my ask would be if board staff could workshop items like this, if the language could be taken out of the board book itself. I don't need all of the other board books, but all the other information on the other 5,000 something pages. So if we could do that for those just interested in workshop and public hearing. And like I said, I will be back in touch. I've got members texting me now, and I will have more information later. So I'd like to at least be able to have an opportunity to come forward to discuss what our concerns are at this time. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to talk. We do have to oppose right now with the understanding that we will come back and try to work with the board. We understand where you're going with this. And that being said, if we have an opportunity to work with everyone, then we will be able to sit down and come up with something that works for everyone without creating a big backlog. Absolutely, we understand the need for the board being able to have access to these records. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to make a public comment?
Not seeing anyone, Madam President. I can probably leave it to Yen, but I mean, just procedurally, if once you go to workshop, then LCB gets it. So if you're looking to elicit more comments in the future, you would need to bring it back as another workshop item. I can tell you that and I appreciate what Liz said, but we do post the meeting material as required by statute, but not opposed to working with anybody when we know there's an issue or whatever the circumstances are. So I think Ken probably already said it. These are things that you've seen in cases. You've directed us to go ahead and do this, so that's what we've done.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Wiest. I think in this particular workshop item, it's pretty standard and clear, and I think these are good practices and best practices that we would want to do in terms of record keeping and accounting for our controlled substances and reporting. So I would be in favor of our approving our workshop language for 15A. Board members, any thoughts or comments?
Adam Porter, for the record, I am a little bit sympathetic to Ms. McMenamin's concerns around Schedules 3 and 4 drugs. I think that there's some pharmacies that have very robust systems that will make it easy to keep an electronic perpetual inventory, where others might not have as robust of systems. Obviously it's standard practice to maintain a perpetual inventory of Schedule 2s. Could be fairly burdensome to do on paper for 3s and 4s. So that I think that the juice needs to be worth the squeeze in order to require that, is what my comment would be.
I agree with Mr. Porath. When I read through the language, well, number one, this isn't an industry custom, but more than that, we're working with finite resources, and that has to do with pharmacist labor, pharmacist hours. And there's so many hours in the day where I have to serve my customers, my patients, with counseling, services outside of, just filling prescriptions. And if I'm having to audit every single C3 and C4 where there may be a discrepancy, those resources are not well utilized. I understand the intent behind it, but I do feel like our required controlled substance audits serve that same purpose.
I just have a question about this perpetual inventory. I mean, I'm not a pharmacist, so I don't know, but you're making it sound like, it sounds to me like you make it sound to me that every day or every week or every month someone's got to go through and take a physical inventory of everything, where today and age, everything's in a computer. As soon as something comes out of inventory, it's out. So when you look at what you got left, you see what's left. When you have to add to it, you just add to it. It looks like it's just something you could just bring up on your screen and say, here's what's left, the rest we've used, or here's what we have to order because it's gone. I mean, I've seen it happen at the Home Depot and grocery stores and everything else. It's all right there. It's not like someone's got to stand there and do some counting. So am I wrong about that?
I guess just maybe to clarify, to give you a particular example, let's say that you had, this would require that every time that you dispense a controlled substance that is a 3 or a 4, you're reconciling the inventory, so that if you have a stock bottle of 500 and you pour out 30, now you're going to have to go, if you're supposed to have 470 left in that bottle, you have to ensure that there's 470 left in that bottle.
Oh, you don't do that anyway? You just dump out the pills and
not on
put the
3s and
bottle.
4s.
You don't keep track of what you're giving away? Oh.
So, and I'll comment on that too, because there's some comments about, is it worth the effort, is the time, and we have finite resources. And I will say, I work in an environment where we have very limited resources in our pharmacies, but we take the time to do the perpetual inventory on all of our scheduled drugs, because it is important for us to know that diversion is not taking place, that it also gives us an accounting that the drugs are being given to the right patients, or that they are being given to the patients. I think it is more timely, it takes a little more time to do, but it's a safeguard in terms of ensuring that there's no diversion and there's no loss. And if there is loss, that we could identify that sooner and take action to prevent, a greater diversion case. And so while, I could, understand, like it is more of an effort to do that. I think it is worth the effort because of the issues that we have with diversion. And I think for our board, it's safer for the public if we ensure that we are doing that type of accounting. And that if there is an issue with diversion, that we're taking action on that in a timely manner to prevent a greater loss or greater harm to the public.
Crystal Freitas, I just have a question on the first part, section 1A. It says a copy of the order placed. So are we printing out a copy or keeping a physical, like a PDF form, or saving it however we're going to, because it can be kept on the computer system? But it's also saying properly dated and initialed. So are we getting a copy of the order we placed and dating and initialing by who? A pharmacist, a person who placed the order?
I can answer that. Yen Long for the record. So it's a copy of the order that you place for controlled substances. I know that some pharmacies do that by paper, and some pharmacies do it electronically through CSOS. Either one, you would have to maintain a copy of that. That is standard law. But this basically allows for the electronic copy to be kept on file as well. And it needs to be properly dated, as you mentioned, but that properly dated, initialed, but that initialing can be done electronically as well, as stated in 1A sub 1, sub I, or 1.
Can I add one thing?
Yeah.
You've already tried to say, just to be clear, the law allows for electronic or paper. Yen can, if that's a concern, we can just make that more clear, that electronic signature, electronic initial, electronic copy, electronic dating is acceptable. Because the CSOS program will do that. I think in practice, when we get out there, I think the issue for the inspectors, but we work around it, is we go and then the person there doesn't have access to CSOS, and then we're like, hey, we have to come back to check that particular thing because they don't have access when we're there. But we do accept that right now that all this can be done electronically. I think Yen can just tighten that up if that's a concern.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I'm not really concerned about CSOS. I'm more concerned about like the 3 through 5s, and then the copy of the order is initialed and dated by the person who sent it or the person who's receiving it.
It's the person that's
receiving it.
It's the person that's receiving it. Yeah, it's the person that's receiving it.
Yeah, it's so that's, to me, when I read that, I read it as the order that's being sent has to be initialed and dated.
Okay, I see.
And that would be like 3 through 5. You know, I don't think. I mean, it's always received and dated by a pharmacist when receiving. I don't know that it's always being dated and initialed by a pharmacist, or, I mean, that's not clear either on the.
I think there's other components of law that talk about it. So to be very clear, the ordering happens most times in electronic means, which there's no way of initialing that. A date is obviously assigned by the system. It's when it comes back, the law already states that the pharmacist has to receive it.
Right, but what I'm saying is when I read that, I read it as the order, not necessarily just the invoice or the packing slip that came back with even if it was a schedule 3 through 5.
I understand, Crystal. I can clarify that in the shop.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Any further discussion, board?
Yeah, I'm just still curious. How do you keep track of all these drugs? How does a pharmacist keep track of all these drugs? I mean, every legal drug that comes into the state of Nevada gets put in the hands of a pharmacist, and that pharmacist is responsible for its storage, its control, its inventory, and its dispensing. So inventory is part of that. How do you?
I think I'll answer the question for you. In law, there's a biannual requirement to count everything up. To your own point, if you're doing it that time long after, it'd be very difficult to figure out what happened. So that's why we're bringing this law in front of you. We've seen case after case where the technicians were given the ability to reconcile it, and they were ordering it, taking it, then reconciling it. So that's what this law is about, is to tidy that up. I think it's a robust discussion about where we should land, and it's totally up to the board members to decide where you want to go. But I understand your point. They have to count them up when there's a manager change or biannually. That might not be enough.
Because stuff could already been disappeared.
Yeah, there's no requirement for the dangerous drugs.
I never
just
knew.
want to tell you that at all.
I always thought there was. I really am serious. I thought there was. When you put every drug in the hands of a pharmacist, you could think he knows what he's got, how long he's got it, and everything else. Not that once a year or once there's a change, he's going to find out if he does have the drugs or not.
Yeah, it's just there's no legality to it, in my opinion. I think that everybody's interested in it and making sure that there's no diversion. So I don't think that that's the heart of it. I think, unfortunately, we've seen a tolerance to loss that, if you're only losing some, that doesn't have an economic effect on the business. And so that's kind of acceptable, I think, for staff, because we see the end of it. Those drugs go out on the street somewhere. They have to if they're not in the pharmacy being dispensed.
And I would say staff receives countless hundreds of controlled substance loss forms. Day to day, we receive them of not just controlled 2 substances that go missing from the pharmacy, but C3s and 4s. And there are hundreds and hundreds of these medications go missing from the pharmacy. And sometimes the pharmacists don't catch it until a year has passed. And so many of these drugs have been stolen from the pharmacy, diverted by an employee. So that's the reason why we want to put this regulation in place.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I mean, maybe it'll take a little more work, but isn't the public in danger if these drugs are out on the street? And then the pharmacist thinks they're on a shelf? I don't know. I mean, you're the pharmacist, but to me, it seems like the public is in danger of not knowing if you don't know what you have in your inventory.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Tomaso, and I think it will require a change in likely like pharmacies, policies, and procedures. Some pharmacies already do it now. Like I was saying, it won't be a change for them, and this will be a change for others. But I think that doing something like this will prevent, again, huge losses where thousands of tablets of oxycodone have gone missing and they don't realize it till later on, right? So this will ensure that those types of situations are less likely to happen, and that those controlled substances don't end up in the community.
I agree. I mean, I could see where pharmacists don't want to do it because it's time consuming, but geez, you got to worry about what's happening to all their drugs that this state of Nevada gave them to control, to hang on to inventory, to store, to dispense. I mean, they gave them to you. You got to keep track of them. I can't believe it but nobody knows what they have on the shelves unless there's a change of ownership. And of all people, the board pharmacists, they should be the first ones to say, yeah, we should do it too.
I don't disagree with you, Dick. Current practice running as perpetual inventory of Schedule II is almost expected across the board. I don't disagree with that. But Schedule 3s and 4s, you're looking at back counting every single prescription after you dispense it. And I'm not saying the juice isn't worth the squeeze, but at the same time, you're a pharmacist. We're doing all these other things on top of, dispensing prescriptions. Like for me, patient safety is also accessibility to the pharmacist and what we have to offer. If I'm spent doing, an infinite amount of administrative work, where am I going to have time to, administer all these vaccines, counsel these patients? So that's where I'm coming from. I'm not saying it's not needed, but at the same time, we have other tools in our tool belt to make sure that that's getting carried out. Schedule 2 is absolutely after every single prescription that's dispensed.
How about getting more help, or how about the pharmacy technician? Can't they help?
According to this regulation, no, it's a pharmacist that
The
has
pharmacist
to.
himself has to do it?
Yes.
Then you need more pharmacists.
Yeah, Adam Porther. And again, I want to be clear that I am fully supportive of the intent of this. I just wanted to call out that this will be an operational change for pharmacies. Not insurmountable, I don't think. And I think if I'm that pharmacist in charge, probably not going to be buying 500 count bottles anymore, because that's just going to be like a real issue. So in order to effectively do this, the reality is you're going to have to change how you buy inventory in order to make this a workable solution.
Yeah, Adam, this is Dave Weisfer. I don't know the answer, so I apologize. And whatever the answer is, fine. In the hospitals, do you do this for the just the twos, or I don't know what the answer for is. In your hospital, do you do it for all the controls or just the twos?
We do it for everything that goes into the narcotic vault is a perpetual inventory.
I understand that. And then I think, and you have systems to help you do that. And I think Yen's going to say this, or maybe I'm jumping the gun. This is a requirement for every surgery center already, where we have the pharmacists, where it's all controls. I think that and I'm not telling you what to do. I just was curious, because I was trying to, back to your point, time and everything else. There are other people that are doing this, and they're regulated by you. And I'm not saying, I mean, I think doing just the twos is better than doing nothing. So that's my personal opinion, but it's up to you to decide. I just wanted to know what you were doing.
I think to Dr. Long's point, I mean, we've seen plenty of cases with benzodiazepines going out the door of pharmacies in large quantities. So I mean, I certainly think that we need something to address that. I think the rest of this regulation, as far as better tracking of the actual invoices and reconciliation of the orders, will probably help address some of those large scale losses that we've seen. But that's not to say that as people are counting prescriptions, they couldn't put a few, every time.
They do.
And yeah, we've also seen that. So yeah, I just trying to have the conversation on the record of the acknowledgement that this will be a change of practice. The reality is, I think, we've seen a lot of the drugs have shifted to Schedule II now that used to be 3s and 4s. So I think pharmacies that are already doing this for Schedule IIs, maybe the impact isn't so huge if they're going to add in the 3s and 4s. But
aren't there computer programs that could, like I just showed you, that they can keep track of how many pills you've got in a bottle? When it takes them out, you put.
They do, Dick, but the rule itself is mandating that we have to confirm that. So that means me going back on the shelf and back counting to make sure that it matches up with the computer. So just going by what the computer says isn't enough. Like a perpetual inventory tells you what you're supposed to have, but you as the pharmacist still need to confirm that. And then you need to account for any discrepancy.
Well, does it say how they have to confirm it? Can they confirm it by spot checking it, or by weekly?
The way the law states, it does give discretion to the pharmacy and the pharmacist to do their thing. I will tell you this though, the gold standard is a blind. I'm not weighing in. I'm just telling, the pharmacist will tell you the gold standard is a blind count throughout the whole health system pharmacy. And I'm not saying this requires a blind count on everything. It requires you to keep an inventory. That said, a blind count is you don't know and count it up. And if more people did that, we wouldn't be having this regulation today. So a blind count, meaning you don't know the number and adding it up, is the gold standard, because it takes away all the preconceived ideas that I already have enough. But this law does not require, and again, we can change it to that. I think technology and other systems could assist, but it's ultimately we're saying it's responsibility of the pharmacist. They have a perpetual inventory. They could do it in multiple ways.
The law doesn't say how they do it.
Doesn't say how they have to do it.
Well, I mean, necessity is the mother of invention. I mean, I'm sure a pharmacist could come up with a way to do it without making it.
Again, in a health system, in a hospital, they have very expensive technology that is storing the drugs and helping them move the drugs. So when it leaves one spot, you end up in the other spot and said, it arrived and I've put it in this machine. That's not necessarily what they have in a retail setting. And this law is for the retail setting. And the pharmacist can jump in anytime. But I don't think that this law says that you have to do a blind count on everything, but that would be one way to address it.
How does the small pharmacist, to Adam's point, how does the small mom and pop pharmacist that just, one pharmacist and maybe a tech, and how do they do it? How have they been keeping track of
Yeah, so
everything?
sorry, Adam Port for the record. You keep a binder of all your controlled substances. You have a page for each drug. You make an entry every time that you receive a drug, and you do a decrement every time you do an administration of that drug. And then you do a physical count back of my binder says I should have 150 tablets in my inventory, and then you go and you look at what you actually have on the shelf. So you're doing a manual reconciliation.
And we do that for CTs for all the moms and pops. So the CTs already, we have that in place. But the way this rule is written, you'd have to do it for all the C3s and 4s as well.
Yeah, but C3s and C3, Schedule 3 and 4s, there's still drugs that are abused. That's what I mean. Really abused. Yeah, well, I don't have the answer because I'm not in the industry, but there's got to be some way around it where a pharmacist would at least know what he has without burdening him. And I don't have the answer without burdening him, but I still think they have to know. But this may be a burden the way this is written. I don't know. I'm surprised no other pharmacies have come forward in the state of Nevada, knowing this is out there. Sending you anything, Yen or Dave, to say?
No, we received, sorry, Yen.
No, we haven't received anything. I mean, Liz would like to make another comment, it seems like, but no, we haven't received anything about this far.
President Park, Ms. McMiniman would like to make another comment. Will you allow that?
I will this one time, but once we close the period of public comment, I don't want to revisit.
All right, go ahead, Liz.
Okay, I've unmuted. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity, Madam President, to just clarify. The reason you haven't seen anyone, Mr. Tomasis, is because there hasn't been a process for them to be able to go in, but they have been. I am representing them, and therefore we haven't done a clear deep dive on the face of it. Nevada would be the only state that will require this on the 3s and 4s. That was our biggest concern, and that was the concern transmitted to me by members this morning early on, and I didn't even have a copy of and it was my fault. When I first looked at it at first blush, I didn't see any concerns, but as I started getting the information, then I was able to process it, and that's why I'm here. I am here representing those voices that you aren't hearing. The CVSs, the Walgreens, the Albertsons, the Smiths, the Walmarts. I represent all of those voices, and they have concerns, and they have brought them to me. And we'll be glad to work with Dave and see where we can go on this, to see what can go forward. As listening to Ms. Jacobo's concerns, we have those very same concerns, that this is another administrative burden put on that can be handled in other ways, that we'd like to be able to talk about how we can handle it once we have the ability to process. Because I think this was posted, 7 days ago, Dave?
I don't know the date, but it's posted in conformance with the law.
Yes, which is 7 days, which a lot of my members haven't even had the time to get back to me at this point in time on this workshop. So I would ask the board to give us an opportunity to sit down and have that chance, Madam President, and I appreciate you giving me the chance to speak again. Thank you.
And I speak for Yen and I think that, like, if the path is to bring it back to a future workshop, I think it needs to be addressed, and you'll address it in some way. But the staff doesn't have any issue with you bringing this back at a future shop.
And Dave, realistically,
Liz,
yes.
I thought you said you were done.
Okay, I am. I'll shut it down. Realistically, though, the computer system would have to be just narrowly focused on Nevada, because Nevada would be once again the only state that is going to require the perpetual inventory in a retail setting for 3s and 4s. Thank you.
Yeah, that could be your testimony, but we can discuss that outside.
So, okay, she represents the retail industry, but I was talking about the small independent pharmacist, the burden might be on him also, or her. Smaller, is there a concern there?
Again, that's a decision for you to decide. This has come up in meetings. We've been directed to try to write a regulation. The beautiful thing about your process is we take public comment and you have an open discussion in front of everybody else so that they see what you get to say.
I have one more thing to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
One more thing, and then the board could do what they want. Is it something when the inspector goes out, let's say we just did it for Schedule 2, just like we're doing anyway. We're doing anyway though, right? We're doing it anyway.
Just to be very clear, it's not a requirement in any pharmacy, but they may be doing, but we could easily have.
You can make it a request.
It's not even doing the
I
2s.
see that, okay. For 3s and 4s, if we didn't keep perpetual inventory when the inspector went out, couldn't you just say to Adam, all right, let me see your inventory for 3 and 4. Do you know what you have? If anything's missing or anything? Would there be a way for him to retrieve to see what he has now or anything like that?
Yeah, I can talk to that. I mean, part of our inspection process, and we don't tell everybody that what we're doing on inspections, but I'll tell you today, Dick, is that we do a blind count on 3 particular drugs. And the inspector has some are set and some are for the inspector to be able. The last time I looked at it, we were over 20% misnumbered drugs when we go count it. And that could be 1 pill or it could be 1,000 pills. So it's tough. And so when we do that, we work with individual chains or stores to say, like, this has to be addressed, but that, it should be done in regulation. And that's why it's here in front of you. So there's a lot of discrepancies when we go, but we go do, yes, to answer your question, we blind count at least 3 drugs, and then talk to the people about what we found in the count. And it is, Yen talked about it. I know the number. The last time I added up what we got reported to us, it was over 100,000 pills in a year reported lost, 100,000. And that, it was shocking to me.
That's a huge problem.
And again, just full transparency, those have to go to DPS, to the Department of Public Safety, and it's a resource issue on their side to be able to address it. So like what Yen said, that there's hundreds, we didn't say a time frame. We're getting them every day, and there's hundreds and hundreds in a year that we get. And then for the legislature, made me add them up one year, and I added them up. My recollection is it was over 100,000 pills that were just lost in that year that I looked at. So if that's something that you want us to drill down on for you, then I just tell me outside the meeting, and I can provide that data for you. But I'm trying to say this in the right. We have resource issues, but we get done what you tell us to do.
Yeah, that's a tough part. I just feel like the pharmacists, because the state trusts them, the pharmacists need to be accountable, and I think that perpetual inventory keeps them accountable. But
yeah, I think for me, I think I always welcome with working on the industry. And when we see a problem, it's very easy for us to say this problem has to be addressed immediately. But if we do the workshop and it goes forward and then it doesn't make it to hearing, then it's just extra work that we need to do. So to do one meeting to have more public comment, I'm generally for that. It doesn't get. And you've seen it on a million different things that we've worked on. So like one more meeting to get more public comment, to me, can save time in the long run. And then in the meantime, maybe the board members today that are saying that or they can provide some feedback on how they would want it written in a different way.
I'm in favor of tabling this for another time to give us.
You don't have to table it, just get re-agendized for a subsequent.
To give you time to hear from Liz, to hear what the retail
firm. The president's decision, so she can call for a motion or whatever.
I'd be in favor of it, Madam President, to table it to hear what they get the feedback from the retail industry, and we may get feedback from the independent, and the board members themselves may be able to think of an option or something else to satisfy me that they're accountable for all these drugs that the state gives them. I mean, I still can't get around it that at any given time, they don't know if they have the pills or not. So I think I'd like it to maybe talk about it some more and something else come up.
Yeah, I just, because you may be going down, I mean, just to be very clear, because it has meaning to me, it's 3-day notice for these types of things. We posted ahead of that as soon as we have it. We post everything, and we did post everything in compliance. And I don't think Liz was saying we didn't, but we post everything in compliance with law.
Okay, so that's my suggestion, Madam President.
Sure.
That we don't take a motion today. We think about this some more and come up with maybe some plan that'll work for everybody.
I do agree that there could be some value, especially with the comments that were made by Liz in terms of needing some more time or wanting to have some further discussions on this particular workshop item. And since it is specific to a retail or community setting, I think there would be some value in re-agendizing this item at a later date. And then again, that gives the board members some additional time as well if they'd like to kind of discuss the matter a little further or do some further discussions. So I would be in favor of that. Mr. Weiss, do we have to make a motion on that, or can we leave it at that?
I'll take the direction from you. I don't think if somebody wanted to make a motion on what's in front of you today, that would be up to you. And then if you're saying what you're saying, I think I've talked to Yen, she's in agreement with it. We'll bring it back at the next meeting.
Okay, that sounds good. And then that way we could also address Ms. Freitas's concerns too. All right.
Yeah, good point.
Okay.
Yen, did you want to say anything? I don't want to be talking.
Nothing
for
to
you.
add. We'll work with the industry to modify the language.
Okay, excellent. All right, then we will move on to our next agenda item, and it's our final workshop item for today, and that is 15C.
Yeah, Dave Weiss for the record. I think because I talked too much during Yen's item, I'm going to give this item to Yen. No, I'm just teasing Yen. Okay, so history on this one is a concept which is really an industry term. It's not a legal term. White bagging. What it means is that a pharmacy delivers the prescription, the final product, to a doctor's office as opposed to the ultimate user. Our law requires it to go to the ultimate user. And so what we're doing is writing this reg to help provide clarity. So as it sits right now, white bagging is not allowed in the state of Nevada. We do enforcement on it every day. I can tell you that the public wants it. Certainly the doctors want it. The insurance companies want it. There's other people that don't want it. But I think that there just needs to be rules around it. And so in 2020, I did bring white bagging as a regulation in front of you. You passed it in both in workshop and public hearing. It went to LegCom and didn't get passed. I think the general sense that I got at that point was that the products for which we were allowing to be white bags were not broad enough for what the industry wanted, and so they weren't willing to just take some products. And so that actually, to their detriment, put it back into that it's not allowed, and we continue to enforce it. So I think this is one that I've brought because the public wants it, the systems want it, and we're trying to do it. So I broadened it, and I'm not going to read all the language that's in front of you, but I'll give you the essence of what is in it. The patients, first of all, the patients must, be given they must be given the ability to know that it's happening. We see a lot of patients, we get a lot of call from patients that I never got this drug, I never asked the drug, and somebody sent the prescription in and it's gone to somebody other than the patient. And that's just basic insurance fraud that we see all the time, or the patient's forgotten that they were supposed to get it. So the product is personal property of the patient when it's dispensed, and it should be given to the patient. And I think in practice, in dealing with the industry, the people that are good behaving licensees do get permission from the patient. So I don't think that's much of a request. And I think that the industry has told me that like that's an acceptable question. So I think that the doctor has to have permission and the patient has to have permission. And then some things fall on the practitioner after that. And so everything can't fall onto for the pharmacy because it's going to be delivered to the doctor's office or to the clinic setting or whatever. And so what we see in practice a lot is that product comes in and then the patients don't qualify for having it when it's time to give it to them, or they don't want it when it comes or whatever. And then that product we see in the vast majority of practices we go in, there's some of these products laying around in the refrigerator or on the counter, and then that doctor or practitioner is left to their own discretion what to do with it. We see them rebill, and you've had cases of this in the past, and I know we have cases right now that are in the queue where the doctor or practitioner has recharged a different patient, used it for their own staff, have used it on themselves, have done just various things with it. So the law does require that they would have to donate it to a state-approved donation pharmacy or destroy the drug within 30 days. And you can modify those things. And if there's another path that you want to, I think this is just the beginning of a discussion on this. So you can decide how you want to do that. But we just can't have them laying around or being misused and honestly in a fraudulent manner. And so that's the essence of what the law is. It's any commercially available product. So we didn't limit it that. We did put controls on there, and the controls could not be white bagged, but I have heard from industry people that there are, and I know this for a fact, there is one particular drug that the FDA says should go to the practitioner because of how it could be misused. And so I think that removing the controls, staff wouldn't have any issues with that if you received testimony related to that. I think that that's just something that we didn't realize when we were writing it up. I think we naturally don't do controls because we see practitioners writing controls for patients, picking them up, and then they're diverting them for themselves. And so I never had my doctor tell me that he would go pick up my prescription for me. But if we see that, it's generally a concern. And so with that, I can answer any questions. And I should say too, that we've not had 503A compounds added because we've seen a widespread misuse of this process to circumvent the 503B requirements of a federal and state law. So I just want to be very clear that 503Bs still can ship to a doctor's office as they can now. They just ship the product without having a prescription attached to it. And so with that, I can answer any question. I think that we probably might have some public comment related to it. So I'll pause with that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Wiest. I think what I'll do is I'll start with public comment on this workshop item. If we have anyone in the room or online who wishes to make a public comment on this workshop item, if you could please come forward or raise your hand in Zoom.
Absolutely. Person, Madam President, and someone via Zoom. So we'll take the public comment in person first. Would that be okay?
Absolutely.
Rob Geddes here on behalf of CVS Health. Just really briefly, I think Dave kind of set the stage for what I was going to touch on. As we look at these regulations, the controlled substance exclusion is the part that we have a little bit of concern with. There are, to my understanding, two drugs that I'm familiar with, Sublocade and Brixadi, that are both limited distribution drugs that are used for treatment of opioid use disorder. They're a long-acting injectable medication that has an extended release formulation of buprenorphine in it. And so given the population that's being used to treat, it's not something that we would advise that, well, the FDA doesn't allow it to go directly to the patient, it has to be administered by the provider. So this is an area that I think that if that exclusion could be removed, I think that these would be improved greatly, and also prevent any kind of patient access issues to that important medication that's really creating lots of strides in the substance use disorder treatment realm. And certainly happy to answer any questions if there are any, but that's the only thing that we would, from our perspective, that we would like to see the board consider at this point.
That's right. And I mean, the practice is widely done, right? Like, to your knowledge, yeah. So I think we need a law to put some just minor guardrails on it to protect the public. So appreciate your, and Rob reminded me of one other thing in his testimony is that this law clearly states that it can't be forced upon a provider. So like an insurance company can't tell a provider that they must white bag it, that it's the provider's choice and the patient's choice.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay, it looks like we have someone online who wishes to make a comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Hi, I'm Laura Watkins. I'm the professional practices leader for Walgreens Specialty Pharmacy. Would echo Rob's comments similarly that there are limited distribution controlled substances that we would like to be able to continue to dispense to those patients in Nevada. The other comment that I would like to add is the getting the patient consent in writing. Since these drugs are prescribed generally by ERX and then they're going to the administration site, we don't always see the patient, or if it's a mail service model, it's not readily available to get their written consent. So just want to provide that feedback and recommendation, maybe that we could get the verbal consent from those patients and document that in our system.
Yeah, again, for board staff, I think when we say written, it had already come up as electronic. Okay, that's already, well defined in Nevada law. I don't have any issue with oral. I just think there has to be consent. So are you getting, again, I'm going to tell you that it's illegal in Nevada to white bag right now, but let's just assume in other states, you're getting consent right now from a patient in some form?
Absolutely. We schedule it with the patient, and then we also outreach to the prescriber, the administration site, so they know that it's coming.
And then the people getting the consent are some form of licensee, a pharmacist or a pharm tech or something like that?
At the administration site?
No, get it from the pharmacy side.
From the patient? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yep.
We just want to make sure that there's a conduit back to potential not doing it, that we would be able to get to that person. So again, for us, we wouldn't have any issue with oral. We just want consent. And of course, people talk to people. That's probably a good thing.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your comments.
Liz, did you want to say something too? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll do it real briefly. Liz McMiniman, Retail Association in Nevada, just echoing the words that you've heard and to get on the record that yes, absolutely, we would like to look at the ability to get an electronic signature. I mean, there's ways to work this. I get exactly where and completely understand Mr. Weiss's rationale for bringing this forward. I have a real problem with insurance fraud and all of that. And there's just an area that needs to be addressed for those that are not acting in good faith and acting in a good way. So if we can, yes, again, I'd like to work with the board staff and see what we can come up with that's workable. I like the fact that Dave just put on the record that a verbal consent could also be electronic consent that can be sent from the doctor's office. So I guess just exploring this language to see what we can get. I think when this regulation in 2020 died, part of the concern was the legislators were worried their constituents were not going to be able to get the medication that they needed. And so therefore they were very concerned about how that was going to impact their constituents at that time. And I worked with legislators and be willing to work with the board staff so that we can get the best language that we can to handle the situations that Mr. Weiss is seeing, so that we can, to the highest and best good for the patients in Nevada. So thank you.
Yeah, Liz, I welcome that. And I think that I just want to say it again, like when that reg died, it went back to nothing was allowed. And I think staff, the public wants this, the systems want this. We want to make it so that it's possible legally to do.
Okay, great. Thank you for your comments. Do we have anyone else in the queue for comments?
Nobody on Zoom that we're seeing, nobody in person.
Okay, then I'll turn it over to our board for discussion. So I agree with what Rob has shared as well. I see we work a lot with long-acting injectables for our MOUD program. And so that would be a clear example of when we would need controlled substances. But I think, Mr. Weiss, you've already addressed that. And so that would be my main, I guess, point of feedback for this. Otherwise, I think the rest I am comfortable with. I think there is, again, value in speaking with the industry. So if we certainly need more time, that we can accommodate that. But I think just the controlled substances on my end.
Yeah, Dave Weiss for the record, just to add on that, I have talked to the industry people that normally interact with us and happy to talk to anybody else. I do have a meeting, I think, coming up that I think that there was testimony from that organization today that they wanted some changes. So I think it can move forward if you guys choose it to move forward, and we can you can address that in your motion if you want us to fix those things that came in front of you today.
Okay, great. All right, any other comments, discussion?
Yeah, Adam Porth for the record. I would agree. The other controlled substance I would just point out is we see commonly is the Spravato nasal spray that goes to a psychiatrist's office for administration from the pharmacy. So I would completely agree with removing the other than a controlled substance out of Section 1, Sub A. The other thing I just want to point out, and I discussed this with board staff, that I don't think that this regulation contemplates is commonly we see patient assistance medications that are shipped directly to the provider to be furnished to the patient. And so in that case, I don't think that, looks like we have two subsection Ds, but the second subsection D talks about that it has to be administered within 30 days. I want to make sure that we would be covered to talk about when a oral medication is shipped to the provider, that they are handing that to the patient, that we're covered in that scenario, and that we're contemplating reasonable timeframes around that. Some of these are 90-day supplies, and so that they would have to hand them over within 30 days of receipt. It could be doable. It just might not make sense if they're getting things every 90 days for the patient. So just wanted to point it out.
Yeah, Adam, I only had one E, so I'll give myself credit for that. So I think, we've discussed it and continue to discuss it. I think that the timing is arbitrary that you guys should set. I think on the 90 days, we're just saying that if you want to extend that, I don't think there's any issue. We'll just use that when we go inspect places, and we'll just, if it's 45 days or whatever time that you want. We don't want to set up a system where the drug is destroyed and then the patient comes in. That's not what our intent is. So extending that time is no problems. The thing that we see, they're around forever. So I just think that you should contemplate what you think is the best timing and put that on there. And then Your judgment is what we will enforce for the whole board. And I'm sorry about the Ds. That
The other controlled substance.
It's esketamine is the generic. It's Spravato nasal spray.
Well, the other thing I'll tell you on the controlled substance, if it's not here today, there might be another one. So that's why, I mean, I think it's wise of you to go down that path.
All right, and then circle back, are we saying yes to certain controlled substances or?
I think what we've talked to is just removing the controlled substance. I think that again, I think we're at a starting point and it might need to be changed in the future. I think more drugs, example, compounded drugs, when we get through this, I think in its essence, the people that are doing it right with compounded may want to have access to this. It's just that there's so much misbehavior right now with the compounded drugs that I don't recommend that we do that. To the point.
I think there's a federal regulation that would preempt that if we were to try to permit controlled substances, unless
the controls.
Yeah, unless it's for MOED.
I think I think that if you say this, but then there's a federal can't, that they couldn't do it by federal law, then that would catch it on that. So you're not saying anything. So we can easily just put a statement in there that says allowed by federal law or whatever you want to do, and then would that address what you're saying?
I think if you say like as allowed by federal law or FDA packaging insert states that it must be administered by a practitioner, something to that effect, then it'll capture the drugs that can go to the doctor's office, controls, and then those that can't.
Yeah, and we can do that. We understand. So we'll say controls as allowed by federal law or by direction of the manufacturer's package insert and that was the language that was the original that everybody thought was not broad enough, but now you have all dangerous drugs and those. So I think it's a good point that you brought that up, Jade. Thank you. I had two D's, so I know.
So just to reiterate, consider extending the 30 days. I was thinking 90 days. And then everywhere that it says like in second D sub 3, administered the medication to the patient, I think it should be administered or furnished. I mean, in that scenario where they've received a solid dosage form.
May I ask a clarifying question? Is there a reason why the doctor would furnish it to the patient rather than the pharmacy furnishing it to the patient at that point? Because these are the drugs that we're allowing white bagging of drugs that are supposed to be in the hands of patients who can't administer it themselves, or the FDA says they shouldn't be administered by a patient but by the doctor. So that enters into the world of dispensing by a practitioner and requires a dispensing registration.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know that in the world of patient assistance, those drugs get in patients' hands in 3 different ways. Number one, they could be sent directly mailed to the patient. Number 2, they could get a coupon card that they bring into a pharmacy and they use in lieu of insurance. And number 3, they get sent to the provider's office, and the expectation is that the provider then dispenses them to the patient. And so I wouldn't want to write a regulation that would prohibit those patient assistance drugs getting to the patient. So I just want to make sure that we contemplate that. And we see this routinely with self-injectable medications like PCSK9 inhibitors, or even just oral drugs like the SGLT2s. So.
Yeah, I think just because we're having a nice, robust discussion, I think it's very true. I think it's very widespread. I don't think this was meant to stop that. That might just be on our enforcement end, Adam. And so I know what you're saying. And if you make a motion to just direct us to kind of deal with that, I will. I think Yen's right. I think the way that we look at it now is if the practitioner is going to be part of the dispensing process, then they have to have a dispensing license. And so I also don't want to throw that wrench into it. So I think that we can probably find a path forward to why they do it again. I have no idea. It's nonsensical, but that's what they do.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Just give it to the patient.
I think those are good points about the patient assistance programs, Adam. We have that as well. So we experience some of those requirements, and so I think that that could potentially have an impact here. It sounds like we might be ready to make a motion on this item with some feedback on some certain changes. Or not? Are we ready?
Is ready.
You're thinking.
Okay, I was like, anyone?
Adam started this.
Okay, I would move that we approve the proposed regulation with the removal of other than controlled substances in section 1 sub A. That we address the time frame that the practitioner can hold on to the medication, change that to 90 days, and that where we refer to administering medication, that there is some mechanism to consider solid dosage forms that get delivered to the practitioner's office.
As patient assistance.
Patient
Yeah, because I think we can add that. And then just you, to Jade's point, when we do the controls, you want us to make sure that we clarify that it has to also be under, I mean, it does have to be under federal law, but sometimes there's use for doing that. LCB sometimes takes it out. They'll probably leave it in this case, but that we would address the federal law component as far as where dangerous drugs go or controlled substances go. Right, Jade?
Okay.
We understand that.
Second.
All right, great. Motion by Mr. Porath. Thank you, Mr. Porath. And then second by Mr. Cobo. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you for that discussion. All right.
Madam President, want to break for lunch and then we'll come back to the other items?
Is lunch ready or do we have time for one
12:15.
other item?
We got, Yen knows more than I do. Speak up, Yen. Not over the top of me.
Yes, we have time for a few more items depending on how long it takes, but yes, until 12:15.
Okay, great. So what we can do is we can either do the budget if you're ready, Mr. Wiest, or your report.
I can do the budget. Kieran's coming at lunchtime and she will be sad if I do it without her. So I would ask you to hold on that. I can do my report though, if that's something that you want me to do. So
Yes, let's
it's
do
going to
that.
take me a second to pull it up, and I'll tell the attorney. His finger is on the button, so I'll let Brett go ahead and go first with the general counsel report.
Okay, excellent.
And Greg?
Greg Camp for the record. This is agenda item 16A. In a regulation adoption hearing on proposed.
Oh no, we're going to the general counsel report she wants.
I'm sorry.
Yes, that's okay.
You want?
Greg, did you want to do anything about the general counsel report?
Nothing has changed really in substance since I gave my last general counsel report. I think we have one case that Brett is handling in the district court. We just got another one that was not a case that you heard, and we need to kind of probably talk about that, how we're going to handle that, but not in this forum. Mr. Weiss and I will talk about that, and then we'll bring that back to you with more information.
Okay, now I'll go into my report. I'm going to hold the finance report. I'll just tell you, it should be in front of you out to the public, or it will be. Karen made it through February, so you'll have that. I'll save the fiscal report and just do it all at the budget to save time. So I'll go ahead and say items B and C are in the board book as far as temporary licenses and address changes for businesses, as you've requested. Meeting with other regulatory boards. I'm going to take some time on this. So I think Adam went with me, but I don't think he was with me when we went down to interim healthcare that I presented the Medi Spa issue. It was relatively well received, I think, with my follow-up during the meeting after. There is always concerns about, boards overstepping their, their statutory authority, and that they've already given us the tools. But as you guys know, the Medi Spas are a very complicated issue, which I can just tell you right now that you're leading the state in attempting to address. Other boards do nothing related to it, and some others do some. We are dialoguing with the health authority about what would a statutory scheme or bill request would look like to address the Medi Spas. Every state's dealing with it. I think that you change your, I think you become more efficient every time we do a meeting and board staff listens to you and tries to redirect what we're doing. But that really right now, and I'll talk about it in my budget too, is it's a resource fiscal concern right now of what we're getting with the Medi Spas. We have, I think just yesterday we had 3 or 4 cases that were on the agenda, and it's just going to keep coming. And then what you don't see all the time is the cite and fines that go in the background to the people that aren't licensed. And there's just so many more of those than the licensees, because we can easily come in contact with one that has no licensee affiliated with at all, and they're using all illegally obtained drugs and counterfeit drugs and those kinds of things. So we meet with we've met many times. I met with the health department after Adam and I went to the interim health, and there's a meeting scheduled for early next month to follow up on that and kind of figure out where we're going to go with that. The licensing report is in the board book. Citation, the fines are in the board book. Legislative update. We're in the legislative cycle right now. You did see Mike Hillerby earlier come, and he was, watching and participating with what you guys are doing, getting ready for the legislative session. BNI has requested that all boards provide to them what bills might be coming up. And for us, I think there's 3 possibilities that I'll put on the report, but doesn't mean that they'll move forward. And then all of those you would see in a meeting if we were going to go forward with any of the bills. So right now I have to put the placekeeper in for if the governor's going to run a bill for us, that I have to get that on the list of bills. And so I'll talk to you about it in our budget, but the placeholders I'm going to hold are something to do with Medi Spas. I don't know what that is, but something to do with Medi Spas. And that'll probably go, it could just be a Board of Pharmacy bill, and it could go beyond the Board of Pharmacy. So we'll just see what happens with that. I can tell you from staff perspective, we need to do something about it. And it's a statutory fix that needs to happen. And that's why we're telling the legislators that. And then the other 2 ones are, and Adam was with me for one of them, with the federal government, when they started doing all the things that they did, the grants and all the money that we did lose our grants that that fund the PMP during that time. We bridged it okay, didn't lay anybody off or anything like that, like other agencies had to do, but we did experience that. So I think that we need to have a statutory long-term fix to deal with the funds that really run the integration of the PMP. And you guys can see that in your daily lives, that PMP is integrated in every medical record that's electronic in the state and then in the pharmacies. And that costs us roughly $1 million a year, and that we get that from the grants. And so I think we do need to figure out a fee backup for that. So I've begun to work on that and where that would go. And then I'll talk about it in our budget again, but I think like we're in a structural deficit right now as it relates to our reserves. And so we have the funds to take care of that, but that'll have to be addressed in either a way. There's a way to do it in a regulation and a way to do it in a statute. And again, before we would do any of that, it would be an agenda item and you would tell us that you want to do that or not do that or whatever. So I just right now have to do the placeholder. And then I think the best news that I have, and I give the credit to Yen Long on this one, Dr. Long, is that the DEA registration update. So I'll put Yen on the spot and she can tell you all the work that she did that I couldn't do.
It was a joint effort. Yen Long, for the record, I think it was in the 2023 legislative session. Legislators gave pharmacists the authority to prescribe certain controlled substances to treat substance use disorder. In order for the Board of Pharmacy to permit pharmacists to do that in Nevada, we have to issue a controlled substance registration. In order for them to obtain a controlled substance registration, they also have to obtain a DEA registration. So the DEA had to make changes on their end to allow pharmacists to obtain the DEA registration. We have worked with the DEA for those years to get a memorandum of agreement to allow pharmacists in Nevada to obtain a DEA registration. And that MOA was signed finally about a couple weeks ago. So that's in place now. So pharmacists can now obtain a controlled substance registration as well as a DEA registration, which will permit them to treat patients with a substance use disorder utilizing medications such as buprenorphine. It is limited to buprenorphine-like products that are FDA approved for the use of substance use disorder. So there are no other drugs no other controlled substances that pharmacists can prescribe utilizing their controlled substance registration and DEA registration, but they can also prescribe dangerous drugs when they are treating patients with substance use disorder. So that is in effect, and we're really excited about that for Nevada.
We have 7 pharmacists that are registered in the state. It has to be in the state. We've gotten that question. Just the nature of it, the DEA requires them to be located in the state, and the DEA registration goes to where they're located. But we have 7, and then we have at least 2, but probably more than that at this point, that have gotten their DEA registration. So that system is working. I can tell you too that we're going to work on the CRNAs next because we have to do something about that. And then I think that I'll put it under my statutory, the EMTs have changed in the DEA registration, and we'll be working with them in the legislature to see if the legislature wants them the ability to get a controlled substance regulation. So just more and more work all the time is my report.
Okay, thank you for your report, and I appreciate the board staff's efforts in getting the controlled substance license process with the DEA. I think that will really help a lot of Nevadans as pharmacists then can expand in terms of providing MOUD services, which is greatly needed in our state. So thank you for that. Okay, I think with that, perhaps we'll go ahead and break for lunch. All right.
Great.
And we'll
Okay.
be back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
And Madam President, just because we have some people, your plan is to go to hearing as soon as you get back from lunch. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you. All right, welcome back to the Board of Pharmacy meeting. We're going to continue with our agenda and we'll go to our hearing items. We'll start with 16A.
Camp for the record. This is a regulation adoption hearing on LCB file number R106-25. This regulation relates to the prescribing or dispensing controlled substances or dangerous drugs by homeopaths. And it's pretty straightforward. The first section of the proposed regulation, the board adopts by reference the homeopathic pharmacopoeia of the United States. Secondly, the regulation provides that a pharmacist or dispensing practitioner shall not dispense a controlled substance or a dangerous drug pursuant to a prescription issued by a homeopathic physician who is not licensed in the state as an allopathic physician or an osteopathic physician or otherwise authorized by the board, except in those doses that are authorized by the homeopathic pharmacopoeia. Next, the regulation establishes that a homeopathic physician who's registered pursuant to NRS 43226 but not otherwise licensed, once again, as an allopathic physician, osteopathic physician, or otherwise authorized by the board to possess, administer, prescribe, and dispense controlled substances, may only engage in those activities to the extent authorized by the homeopathic pharmacopoeia. And that applies for both dangerous drugs and controlled substances. And just to note that this proposed regulation really just clarifies existing law and is consistent with the recent opinion the board received from the Attorney General on the subject. That's it. Unless there are any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Camp, board? All right, I think what I'll do is I'll turn it over for public comment for this hearing item. So if there's anyone in the room who wishes to make a public comment or anyone online, if you could please come forward or raise your hand on Zoom and we'll take your public comments.
In person wishing to make public comment?
Okay, great.
Madam President, how much time are you given for public comment so staff can watch that?
We're going to keep it at 2 minutes per person, and then for the hearing items, if you could be sure to state your full name for the record.
Thank you.
Ladies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Michael Gerber, MD, HMD. I received my medical degree from the University of Kansas School of Medicine in 1972. Completed my internal medicine internship at Highland General Hospital in Oakland County, California in 1973, and conducted published research in psychopharmacology at the Stanford Research Ward of the Palo Alto Veterans Administration Hospital. Excuse me. For the past 27 years, I have served as president of the Nevada Homeopathic and Integrated Medical Association, and have provided continuing medical education credit for licensees of the Nevada Board of Homeopathic Medical Examiners during that time. First, I would like to thank the Pharmacy Board for the opportunity to respond to the proposed regulations. We respectfully request that the board postpone its vote until our concerns and supporting information have been fully considered. For more than 2 decades, singly licensed homeopathic physicians have safely prescribed certain medications and provided integrated treatment under Nevada NAC 638.014. These regulations were originally promulgated in 1998 and reaffirmed in 2008 by the Nevada State Board of Homeopathic Medical Examiners. Given this long-standing history, we respectfully ask what has changed to warrant reversing regulations that have been in place and functioning safely for over 20 years. And by the way, that includes pharmaceutical preparations, narcotic drugs or opiates, and their Schedule II controlled substances pursuant to Chapter 453 of the NRS. So pharmaceutical drugs have been allowed to be prescribed under the NAC.
Gerber,
Here.
15 seconds. Oh, we have 15 seconds for your comment.
I respectfully request another 5 or 10 minutes. I would read this quickly. All right. We are concerned about statements within the notice of intent, especially Section 3A, which asserts that there would be no economic impact from this regulation on the regulated entities or on the public. This assertion does not reflect the real-world consequences of the proposed changes. If adopted, approximately 3,000 patients would be left without a prescribing physician, conservatively estimating $500 per patient to establish care with new physicians and re-prescribe necessary treatments, including bioidentical hormones and other essential medications. The total cost to patients would exceed $1.5 million. This represents a significant and unintended financial burden on
Dr. Gerber, she's giving you 2 minutes. You have to maintain that. Please finish up your comments, and you can provide anything that you want in writing to us.
This has already been given.
Then the board's seen it, but I welcome you to finish your comments and we'll go to the next person.
Very quickly, finally, we urge the board to consider the human impact and also the fact that there have been no complaints about public safety to this date. So why the references to public safety? There have been no issues. And we respectfully ask the board to carefully consider the proposal to evaluate the economic and patient care implications. These are not simply clinical relationships. They are long-standing partnerships in health. Disrupting that continuity of care would create unnecessary stress, confusion, and potential harm for patients who rely on us. Thank you for your time, consideration, and your commitment to the health and well-being of Nevada patients. Respectfully, Michael Gerber. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Also, these will be available on the back table.
I hand them to the staff and she'll make sure they're in the record. And you can put them on the table too if you want.
Or is this new?
I got interested in these comments here. Let me grab them.
Oh, you got more comments?
Do we have more public comment? Anybody else want to come up? You should come up to the table now.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Lindy. I have been a patient of Dr. Gerber's for over 35 years, and I take severe issue with the statement that there are no economic or public impacts of this proposed action. It is absolutely false that it's not possible to get another alternative like Dr. Gerber. And certainly the continuity of care is important to me over 30 plus years. This is post-colon cancer care that I have had successively from Dr. Gerber. I would not have been able to continue in any kind of helpful way. And I was a practicing lawyer all of the time he was with me. I could not have performed. I think that to say that there is no economic impact is completely false, because there's no place I could start over if I had to. But if I were able to, it would cost me thousands of dollars to come to the point where I successfully been with Dr. Gerber for all these years. And on the legal point, I would point out that there is apparently a concerted effort here to target this regulation to 2 practicing homeopaths who are not dual licensed. And I would advert to the board that it does not have the power to affect to affect open market competition. And this clearly does, because it would destroy the availability of at least 2 senior homeopathic physicians to continue. I would submit that you do not have jurisdiction to override an existing NAC provision that allows pharmaceutical products to be prescribed by homeopathic licensees only. Furthermore, I think it's abusively dishonest to simply refer to dangerous drugs without giving the public any idea that what you mean by that is also an antibiotic, an antifungal, and even thyroid. It just seems to me that that is not fair to the public to have such a broad classification included without direct reference to a administrative code or some other definition as to how you can be so broad brushed with this. And also, I would underscore Doctor's emphasis that there has been no danger. It is 30 plus years and we have had no adverse consequences with current licensure, and yet you want to take it upon yourselves to disrupt over 30,000 patients for no apparent safety reason. And the safety and benefit of the public is the scope of your remit. And I submit that you have exceeded the scope of your remit in trying to limit these practices. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Renee Birch. Birch is spelled B-U-R-C-H. I appreciate you being here and providing oversight for the citizens of Nevada, but I would also ask that as a fine citizen of the state of Nevada, you allow me to make those decisions for my health care, especially my wellness health care, and allow me to seek the medical care that I really appreciate receiving, because I assure you a lot of the consumers are well educated nowadays. And they actually look up their own doctors. They take time to really read and investigate what they're getting themselves into. So if you could please allow us as consumers to make those decisions for ourselves, I would really appreciate it. Just to give you one example, I do receive hormonal therapy. You know, it's unfortunately the one side effect of being a woman, right? Sometimes we go through some things. But I tried to make an appointment with my gynecologist that their business closed. I didn't receive notification. Tried to reschedule with a new office. They said, no problem, we can get you in 18 months. So I guess I was just supposed to suffer for 18 months. But my homeopathic physicians allowed me to come in, and they take care of me in that, regard. So I would just ask that you give all consumers the same consideration and allow us to choose our medical wellness care. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Madam President, no further public comment in the room. We'll migrate to the.
Make one comment.
It's up to the president. Dr. Gerber wants to add one thing. Are you okay with that, Madam President?
I'll allow it this time, but it must be quick.
Dr. Melvin Nerio, DOHMD, who's Secretary of the Nevada State Board of Homeopathic Medical Examiners, was here all morning ready to testify. But apparently he got caught back up in his office this afternoon and could not testify in behalf of the Nevada Board of Homeopathic Medical Examiners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have anyone online who wishes to make a public comment?
Checking right now, Madam President. We did, it's for the board while just said checking. You do have a packet of various public comment related to it, and that's part of the record.
Yep.
No one online, Madam President.
Okay, then I'll turn it over to the board for questions and discussion.
Okay, can I just ask a question of maybe Brett, would it be?
In this case, yes, Brett.
You said that this is an NRS already, or it's an NAC that's already out there, and do we change anything in it, or do we just, what do we do with this law that you said was out there? I missed what you were saying.
For the record, this really just clarifies what's already the law. You're not making any real substantive changes to the law. You're doing three things. You're adopting by reference that homeopathic code PISA. You are specifying that if somebody doesn't hold a degree as an allopathic doctor, an osteopathic doctor, or is for some reason not otherwise authorized by this board, then they can't exceed those dosages in the referenced document, and that a pharmacist or a dispensing practitioner can't dispense a prescription that exceeds those dosages. But that's existing law, and it's also consistent with the Attorney General opinion that was issued last year.
The Attorney General already looked at this and said this is he gave his interpretation or his intent with the intent.
He's trying to lay it all out in one spot, if that makes any sense.
The direct answer is yes. There's we enforce to this level. We wanted to make sure that the state had clarity. We asked for an AGO, and this language reflects what's in the AGO, and it reflects the law that we were already enforcing.
Yeah, so where are we here?
So I think this is Helen Park. I think it is very straightforward. We've had this discussion in the past, and that's part of the reason why we had the opinion from the AG's office. And so to me, this is now like we've went through those steps. We've received clarification from the AG's office in terms of interpretation, and now we're clarifying it in law. So I feel comfortable moving forward with the language as proposed. I feel like it's been reviewed, discussed. We've gotten additional opinions. We've worked with the homeopathic folks. I think we're now ready to move this forward.
Yeah, that's what I think after hearing when our counsel said that all we're doing is saying, I mean, for us to say anything different, we'd be going against the state law and the Attorney General.
Right.
Correct.
So, yeah, okay, I'll make a motion that we just move forward with this as written.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Tomaso, a second by Ms. Jacobo. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, we're going to move on to our next public hearing item, and that's 16A. Oh, sorry, 16B.
Dave Weeks for the record. Board, in front of you, you have LCB file 01026. This is a regulation that was requested from the industry related to helping younger people gain entry into pharmacies and the practice of pharmacy. You've already done a workshop on it. It's very cut and dry. The language you'll see is almost identical to what you turned into LCB, and the focus is that you would have, instead of being 18 years old to get a pharmacy tech and training license, it would be reduced to 16, and instead of having a GED, they have to be enrolled in a program that leads to a GED. And so I think that this is very straightforward. It is on your board book, 5346. I can answer any questions.
All right, I don't see any questions for now. I'll open it up for public comment. If we have anyone in the room or online who has a public comment for 16B, if you could please come forward or raise your hand on Zoom.
Not seeing anyone, Madam President. Oh, there's Liz McMiniman. Sorry, Liz.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board and board staff. I would be remiss if I just didn't come on and say thank you for this clarification and working with the industry on this and getting this there so that we can possibly employ more and give people an opportunity in this realm of healthcare. So I do thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for your comments. All right, so I don't see anyone else online. So with that, we'll close the period for public comment and we'll move it to board discussion. I do think that we have discussed this one in greater detail in the past as well, and I feel comfortable with the language that we have, and I do think it's pretty cut and dry, so I would be in favor of moving forward with the language as proposed.
I do too, Madam President. I would move that we adopt proposed, well, now LCD file number R010-26.
And a car second.
Freitas, I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Jacobo, second by Ms. Carr. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. All right, that completes our public hearing items. We're going to move on to our agenda. And we will go to 11A for Mark Mullins. So Mark Mullins, if you are online. All right, hi, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay, if I could have you state your full name for the record.
Mark Mullins.
Okay, join me in raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Great. I'll turn it over then to...
Thank you, Madam President. In front of you, board, you have an application for a pharmacy through reciprocation. Mark has made some disclosures. You can see in the board book, it starts on page 5070. Most of these things relate back to 2016, but they were rose to the level of concern to me. So he's appearing today. I'll give him an opportunity to talk to him. I can tell you that if you want to focus on the cause of action that was not done in the state, that starts on 5100. So I'll get to that page. Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Mullins. You did have some issues in California with your pharmacy license. Tell the board, in your words, what happened with that.
Yes, in 2017, I did take some sleep meds from the pharmacy without a script for it. Of course, my biggest regret ever in my life. It turned my whole world around, but I did do it. My dad passed away a few months before, having a horrible year. I couldn't sleep. I didn't sleep for months, and not having sleep and trying to work full day in pharmacy is pretty difficult. So yes, looking back, of course, I should have got PCP. I should have went the right way. I should have got the meds correctly. At the time, for whatever reason, I didn't. I took them, and I regret every day for the 9 years that I did this, because it did mess up my whole life, right? So, but that's why I did it. I did it. I confessed to it. I made my grievances. It was very uncharacteristic of me. I've never been in trouble before that, and before 2016. I've never been in trouble after that. It's just a blip in my radar there. Is very uncharacteristic of me.
Okay, thank you. A couple of follow-up questions. Oh, if you want to say more, I'll help you with some follow-up questions. Are you currently licensed in California, or did you give up that license, or what's your status in California?
In California, I did give up the license.
Okay, and so are you licensed currently somewhere now? I'm sure you are. Where's that?
Yes, in Colorado. I've been licensed since 2021. I've been
And is
working
that
here
where
since.
that's where you're practicing?
Yes.
And then what's the purpose for the Nevada license? Why do you want to get a Nevada license?
Well, a few months ago, I had a talk with my family. My mom's still in Southern California. So, after my dad passed away, I helped her get through everything, helped her finances, helped her everything. And she now lives alone and she's in her mid 80s. And these last couple of years, she's just been having a lot more trouble. I try to fly out there a couple times a year just to help her out. But I was talking to my wife a few months ago. We're like, if we got a Nevada license, if we can go to Vegas, it's really like a 3+ hour drive, and I can go help my mom, like whatever she needs. She's having issues, so it's an opportunity for me to drive out there, help her out with the daily stuff, just visit, and then drive back. It's much easier than trying to have a flight every 2 times a year. So it's basically just family, just have an option of having somewhere to go so I can work and visit my mom.
That's commendable. What practice setting do you work in now, or what would you be wanting to work in Nevada, practice setting wise?
I work in the retail, and I've been with the same company since 2021. I really appreciate everything they've done. I've tried my best there, and if I would go to Nevada, I would love to just stay with that company and just transfer within the company itself.
And what's that company?
CVS.
Okay, and then your Colorado license, is that in good standing?
Yes, absolutely.
You haven't had
not
any.
be. It's.
You haven't had any
I would
issues?
not do anything like that again.
Okay. Did you ever get evaluated for like a substance disorder or anything like that? Was that anything that you saw? Or
Right.
can you talk to the board about that?
We did that when I was first going through everything and with all the boards and the daily nightmares of going through everything. I tried everything. I got an evaluation, and evaluation because of the few that I took and everything. The evaluation came back. I didn't have any substance disorders. I haven't had any since then. I don't have any prescriptions for it. I don't need it. I haven't had anything before that time. But I saw a psychologist, so I can get over the grieving of my father and everything. And so I did everything at that moment to try to show my side of what was going on.
All right, Mr. Mullins, I appreciate it. I mean, it takes a lot to show up in front of the board. I think you're doing it for your mom and others, so that's good. I have no further questions. I'll turn it over to the board.
So this is Helen Park. I don't have any additional questions either. My questions were covered by Mr. Wiest, and that's if you had any issues since then, and it sounds like you don't. Your license is in good standing currently where you're at, and you stated that you do not have an issue with any substance use or substance use disorder. So, which is correct, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
All right. So I would feel comfortable moving forward with Mr. Mullins' application. I think this happened, quite some time ago, 2016, and since then there have been no further issues. And so I think it was great to have him in front of us where we could ask these questions. And with that, I don't have any concerns.
Don't either, Madam President. I would move that we approve reciprocal license application for Mr. Mark Mullins, for Dr. Mark Mullins.
All right.
Appreciate it.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Adam for a second.
Okay, second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. We wish you all the best, Mr. Mullins.
I appreciate everything.
Mr.
Thank
Mullins,
you.
I'm not
Thank you so
exactly
much.
sure where you are in our process with taking the test and all the other things, but right now the board staff's listening and they will process you the rest of the way that you need to be processed.
I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go to 12A for Camila Gonzalez. If we have Camila Gonzalez online, if you could raise your hand so we could unmute your line.
Madam President, she has asked to continue her item.
Okay. All right, then we will move to 13C for Kelly Turner. If Dr. Turner is on the phone or online, if you could let us know.
Yes, ma'am, I am here. Let me turn my video on here. There we go.
Okay. Hi, Dr. Turner. If you could state your full name for the record.
Sure, Kelly James Turner.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you so much. I'll turn it over to Dr. Long.
Thank you, Madam President. Yan Long for the record. Dr. Turner did submit all of his disclosures. It didn't make it into the board book and the electronic board book, but you do have supplemental documents that we have provided to you in paper form. I just wanted to alert the board members of that. So this is an application submitted by Dr. Turner. It takes place on page 5225 of your board book. Dr. Turner is applying for a controlled substance registration. Dr. Turner, I'm going to just walk the board members through your application and your disclosures that you've made. If you have any, concerns about what I stated, please direct me, and then I'll have additional questions for you. Okay?
Can I ask just one quick question?
Sure.
I was under the impression that the medical board shares my file with you all. And I'm kind of wondering if that's the case because I did get the follow-up questions and it didn't make sense to me because I was under the impression you already have my medical board file.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think that is the assumption of a lot of licensees, but no, we do not have, all of the records that the medical board has on you. So in your application, when we ask you certain questions regarding administrative action, we don't have any of those records from the medical board. So it is up to the applicant to submit those records to us in totality.
Okay.
Okay, great. And it looks like you have, based on the supplemental information we received. But if there's anything else that you believe we didn't receive, you should submit it to us as soon as possible. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I'll walk through some of the items in his disclosures in chronological order. So on December of 2013, the Texas Medical Board and Dr. Turner entered into an order due to Dr. Turner prescribing controlled substances to patients for the treatment of pain without maintaining proper medical records, or ordering medical records from the patient's previous treating physicians. In the 2013 order, Dr. Turner was to limit his practice to group or institutional settings. He was not to treat or otherwise serve as a physician for his immediate family, nor shall he prescribe, dispense, administer, or authorize controlled substances or dangerous drugs with addictive potential or potential for abuse to himself or his family member, to not treat acute or chronic pain except in pre-approved group or institution settings. And his practice was to be monitored by a physician for 4 consecutive monitoring cycles and within 1 year complete 28 CMEs. And on March 2016, the board granted termination of the 2013 order since he fulfilled the requirements. On October 22nd, 2018, so 5 years later, the Texas Medical Board temporarily suspended Dr. Turner's license to practice medicine due to his multiple arrests related to substance abuse. And following that suspension in June of 2019, the Texas Medical Board and Dr. Turner entered into an order, and they suspended Dr. Turner's license, but they stayed a suspension under certain terms and conditions for a period of 10 years. So he was placed on probation for 10 years. And this was due to Dr. Turner's multiple intoxication-related arrests that occurred in 2018. The 2019 order required Dr. Turner to limit his practice to administrative medicine and have no patient contact, abstain from prohibited substances, including alcohol, dangerous drugs, and controlled substances, and participate in the board's drug testing program, receive psychiatric treatment no less than 2 times each month, with quarterly reports to an independent monitoring psychiatrist who shall report to the board semi-annually, attend Alcohol Anonymous not less than 3 times a week, and participate in activities of state or county medical societies committee physician health and rehabilitation with quarterly reports. It looks like Dr. Turner, he did have the medical board, the Texas Medical Board on June. Just make sure I have this correct. Oh, so after 4 years, so that was in 2019. So after 4 years in full compliance with this order on December of 2024, the Texas Medical Board terminated the order and the probation status of Dr. Turner because he was in full compliance. So just after 4 years, his order was terminated. On March of 2022, Dr. Turner entered into a settlement agreement with the medical board in Nevada based on the conditions and for the reasons that the Texas Medical Board had placed his medical license on probation. At the time of the settlement agreement, Dr. Turner's license was in inactive status, but if he were to place his license on active status, he was on probation for then 36 months. He was to comply with all the recommendations in the Texas Medical Board order. He shall not supervise any PAs or APRNs during the probationary period. He was to complete a fitness for duty evaluation. So Dr. Turner, are you still on probation with the Nevada Medical Board or have you completed your probationary status with them?
I actually met with them on March 9 of this year and had all the restrictions, probation and practicing restrictions have been lifted and my license is active, unrestricted.
Perfect. And it looks like too, everything is fine with your Texas Medical Board license at this point?
Yes, ma'am. Both Texas and North Carolina are the other licenses I hold, and they are both in good standing without restrictions.
Okay. And where do you currently practice, Dr. Turner?
I currently work for the Northwest Texas Health System in Amarillo. It's a hospital emergency room and 4 freestanding emergency rooms. I only staff the freestanding emergency rooms. And I also work at the Lake Granbury Medical Center in Granbury, Texas, just south of Fort Worth. That's actually why I'm driving today because I have to work a shift there tomorrow. And I'm also in good standing there.
Okay. So why do you want to obtain a controlled substance registration in Nevada? Do you plan to move to Nevada to work?
I do, not initially. I actually own a home in Victorville, California, that I am attempting to renovate and sell. But as you can imagine, working in Amarillo makes it hard to get to the house. That's where I left this morning. But ultimately, yeah, I do have a job offered to me at the Henderson Hospital in the emergency room. And we're just waiting on full licensing. And then I have to create a corporation or something. I don't know what, I got to look into all that. But my plan is to move to Nevada and Las Vegas specifically.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, based off of the Texas Medical Board order and all of the, it looks like past arrest for, you know, intoxication. Do you have a substance use disorder, Dr. Turner, or did you have a substance use disorder?
Yeah, I think that was pretty clear. Again, the only reason I've even mentioned the context of it is I think that's important. It was all related to combat PTSD, and I was able to address those issues that I apparently couldn't figure out on my own through counseling and whatnot. And I still do have a diagnosis of PTSD, but it's not because I'm stressed out or anything like that. It's just it's over, and but I do hold that diagnosis as having PTSD.
Thank you. And although your probationary period with the Texas Medical Board has terminated, do you still participate in Alcohol Anonymous or any other drug treatment programs?
I do attend a weekly meeting Wednesday nights with the Tarrant County Medical Society, and it's run by Johnny Jackson, who's kind of the person that runs it. But yeah, if I'm not working, I'm on that meeting every Wednesday night for sure.
And how do you currently maintain your sobriety? What's helping you maintain your sobriety?
Well, I share my story openly with anybody that is having the same problem. I guess I maintain my sobriety because I know what it was like to be at rock bottom. And, somehow I managed to pull myself up from that. My life is flourishing once again. I'm earning good money. I have good relationships. My wife and I are totally happy. And I just don't want to ruin that. I don't ever want to go down that road again. And, it may be oversimplified, but that's all I need for me is to know that things were really bad. A gentleman before me mentioned the blip in his life. This was a mountain. And I just don't ever want to go down that road.
Thank you for your answers, and I appreciate and thank you for your service to. I'll turn it over to the board for any additional questions.
Okay, Dr. Turner, this is Helen Park.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad to hear that you have been sober, and I think it's great that you openly talk about your efforts and your prior alcohol use disorder and your recovery. How long have you been in recovery?
I'm on my 7.5 year. The last time I had alcohol was October of 2018, shortly after the suspension. And, speaking with my attorney and everybody, that was just the smartest thing to do is even though you're not ordered not to drink, you better show them you're motivated. And so it wasn't until 4 or 5 months later, we actually had the board meeting, but I'd already been sober that entire time.
Okay, great. And then you are requesting an application to prescribe controlled substances. Have you had any issues with any controlled substances in the past?
Yeah, during the early years or the later years, especially after the 2018 incident, it's like I had to have Xanax to try to calm down, and I was overusing it, and I think that with the alcohol is what really led to my trouble. I think the alcohol would have eventually, but when you add the benzos on top of it, it's almost an immediate downfall, and that's proven by the 4 months that I just continued to crash.
And then if we were to grant your controlled substance application today, do you foresee any issues that you might have in terms of relapsing, having access to more controlled substances?
I think if that was the case, it would have happened by now. I've been working for just short of 4 years now back in the emergency department, and it was hard to get off of the benzos and the alcohol, but at the same time, there's no way I'm ever going to go down that road again, and I don't put myself in a position where that's even an opportunity.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you. That's all the questions that I have. I think Dr. Turner has come a long way, it sounds like, in terms of those earlier years in which he suffered from some alcohol use disorders or substance use disorders, but I really applaud him for his recovery. I think that's really hard to do.
Thank you. It's been a tough 7 years. It is. In a way, it really has ruined a lot of my opportunities, but you can't focus on that. You just got to drive on. Embrace the suck, as we say in the military.
There you go. Keep moving forward. All right.
Roger that.
Any additional questions for Dr. Turner?
No additional questions for Dr. Turner, although I commend everything you're doing and where you're headed. Dave Jacobo, for the record, I would move that we approve controlled substance registration for Dr. Kelly Turner.
Adam Porras, second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jacobo, a second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right, that motion passes. We thank you for your time today, Dr. Turner, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you all. It's the world to me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Madam President, Dave Weiss for the record. I think we have 7 items left plus public comment. Due to prior requirements, we're going to lose board members slowly, but you'll continue to have a quorum up until you need to leave. And so I would request that you do the budget now so that we have as many board members as we can when we do the budget. And then as the board members leave, you can see the rest of the items and see if you can get through the rest of the agenda. There's a decent chance that you'll do that. So I will do a thorough but quick review of the budget if you're okay with that.
I am okay with that. We'll go to agenda item 14 for the budget.
Okay, this is an agendized item that requires a vote to approve the budget. Adam and the staff have gone over the budget with myself and Kieran and Yen numerous times. You do have in front of you 2 documents, which is the monthly, which is does not have the asterisk up in the right-hand corner. The one that is the asterisk is the 2000 state fiscal year, 2027 budget. So I'm going to focus on I think we're in good standing with finishing up the rest of the budget. We have that'll end in June of this year, and I think we're in good standing on the projections that we made. We do have a couple open positions, so we're attempting to fill those, but as those don't get filled, that kind of helps our payroll numbers. And so I'll just give you an overview. The budget's in front of you. I'll point out to you that the expectation, and every year we get better at this, is trying to budget for what our fees coming in. And I'll just tell you as an overview, our fees continue to increase compared to prior years. As it relates to, we just have more licensees. So when this legislature adds a licensee, or if we have more pharmacists coming in or more technicians, those go up. So you can see that column. The top column is the top box is revenue, and the bottom is expenses. Our biggest revenue is the renewals. This will be our larger year. The first upper left-hand box is our beginning balance, and that's really what our reserves are. And I estimate it's a moving target, but we're roughly at a 10-month reserve, I think, at this particular time. Our policy it requires me to maintain that between 6 and 12 months, and we're likely at 10 months, but you have to realize that we have ongoing operations. So I think I just want to talk to you like kind of the state of the board, what we're looking at. You've already seen this. We have increased as required our investigation staff. So we have the contractors there, Pat and Ryan there to help us frame what the inspections or investigations are, and we have added Mike down in the south. I don't think we're to where we need to be able to handle the complaints that come in. On average, every workday we receive between 3 and 4, like 3 something complaints. Every one of those complaints must be addressed. They all get a case. They all get assigned to somebody to address. We are procedurally trying to expedite how we do those, and we have various forms of how it gets a full-blown inspection or investigation or some substance. But for everyone, they get addressed, and there's a beginning and end to every complaint. So that is really a driving force for the investigation department, and I just don't feel like we have the resources there, but I also don't think that we have the reserves to address those resources. So like I said earlier, I think this is going to require some kind of potential fee change or movement, and then that'll come in front of you when that time comes. So it's something that the staff's obviously working on. Open positions right now, we have an ASO, which is a financial position, and we've re-added the IT I think you saw today that I think that Yen and I, maybe IT, so we're going to re-add the IT position in because that's something that we need. So I think moving forward, the grant is also, as I brought up before, the grant funds are a concern to me because we would not have the reserves to maintain the activities that we're doing with integration if we didn't have the grant. So I do think that those need to be addressed moving forward. As far as payroll and a raise or cost of living, I'll remind you that when in the last legislative session, state employees got a statutory mandated raise over 20%. We did not adopt that. We are asking for, and Helen and Adam, and I'll let Adam talk about everyone has worked with me on what would be an appropriate raise. I continue to not do a percentage raise. So what that means to the staff members is that the people that are, if we do a dollar amount, and the dollar amount that we're asking in this budget is $1.30 for people that qualify in their pay range to be able to get a raise. People that are up against the top of their pay range for various reasons get a stipend, like happens much in your industry. So that stipend would be $2,000. It'd be $1.30, which equates to about a $2,500 pay increase for people that have room. And doing $1 takes our people that are, if I did a 3% raise and I make more than what one of our licensing people, I get a bigger raise. Yen and I have always taken the tack that we want to lift up the people that are at the lower end of our pay range. So we kind of internally share what the increase would be. So for somebody like Yen and I, it's less than a 1% increase, but for other people, it could be up to a 5% increase. So that's kind of how it works. On average, it's I think a 3% increase or a 2.5% increase. So thanks for that. Karen might want to add something, but she may not. We're under time constraints. I'll stop for any questions. I should say too, we're going to be out of our lease in the south, so we're dealing with that right now. That's likely going to be an increase because the staff is just kind of migrated to the south. We have a lot of licensees down there, and the attorneys and other people in investigations are down there. So we have to address that, which we will do under state law and make sure that we're in compliance with all contractual lease requirements. And then we do have some funds, $50,000 set aside for an AI project that will not be front-facing to the world, but will help the staff in the background process licenses faster or do investigations faster. And yeah, it's working on with that. And Adam's helped us with some of that too. So we have to go through the state process for that, and we're in the middle of that right now. So with that, I'll let Adam say anything that he wants. He does show up to the meeting, so I can confirm he comes to all the meetings. I call him way too much. So go ahead, Adam.
I would just point out to the board members that when you look at next year's budget, it's our big revenue year where we have the majority of the renewals for businesses. So that renewal fee line is significantly higher in 2027 than it is in 2026. And so then you'll see a corresponding increase in reserves expected within the year. Happy to answer any questions you would have for me. I would say that just on the pay increase issue, I continue to push board staff to be as generous as possible.
Well, we do want to retain, but we have to be responsible with the fees that we have. And I think structurally, thanks, Adam. I know that you would maybe promote a higher one, but we have to be structurally sound. And so we're operating within our means, I think. With that, if any questions or we need a motion to approve the budget, and that'll be our budget for the following fiscal year.
For the record, I move that we approve the budget as presented today by board staff. Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Carr, a second by Ms. Jacobo. Any further discussion?
Thank you for all your hard work.
And really Adam too, and he proved that he knew what he was talking about because I was supposed to say that part and he did. So it was an excellent tag team. Thank you, Adam. It made me, you made yourself look smarter than me.
All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. And thank you for your work on the budget. Okay, well.
Thank you, Kieran.
Thank you, Kieran. All right. We'll move on with our next agenda items. I have 7D and 7E. That's for Super Healthcare, Las Vegas, Nevada, and Super Care Health in Sparks, Nevada. If we have representatives, if you could please raise your hand, we could unmute your lines.
Looks like we have a person here, Sean Nichols.
Yes, Suzanne Nichols for Super Care Health.
Okay, is there anyone else that will be joining you today?
No, I'll be the only one. I'm the compliance officer for the company.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Nichols, I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me in raising your right hand. And I guess before, could you state your full name for the record?
Suzanne Nichols. That's Susean. Last name Nichols, Nichols.
Great. Thank you. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. I'll turn it over to Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam President. This is Young Board. Agenda item 7D, application for a new owner for medical products provider in Las Vegas. That starts on 4607. Similarly, the location in Sparks starts on page 4660 of the board book. Both of these locations serve patients by prescriptions, medical gases, respiratory equipment, and life-sustaining equipment. First, Ms. Nichols, have you submitted a letter of authorization to the board?
To speak on behalf of the company.
If you haven't done so, Ms. Nichols, that's fine. We just ask that you provide a letter after the hearing.
No, I have not submitted a letter of authorization, but we can submit one.
Excellent. And you're able to speak on behalf of both locations today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you first explain the change of ownership, any changes with the ownership within both locations?
Yes, actually, the company has been is actually based in California. That's where we originated. We started in business in 1974. We've grown and expanded our location to the Las Vegas location in 2016. And then we expanded into the Sparks area in 2024 and opening the location in 25. We have provided consistent services. We are accredited by the Joint Commission for accreditation for medical suppliers and healthcare entities. And our change of ownership was a restructure with the company, transitioning from a corporation, Supercare Incorporated, to Supercare LLC. The original owners and an additional investor restructured, so all of the same ownership as far as the direction of the company, it remains the same policies, procedures, and so forth.
So as far as the staff of both locations and the MDEC administrators, those have remained the same?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. I heard some background noise instead.
The MDEC administrators at both locations and the staff, are they remaining the same then?
Yes, ma'am.
I do have a question about some disclosures that were in our application. Supercare was placed on probation by the California Board of Pharmacy for 5 years. They're now compliant, but I'm wondering if you're able to explain what happened and what changes you've made, Supercare has made since, And those for the board are on 4686. There's just for your convenience, a list of violations. Are you familiar with that case, Ms. Nichols?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So at the time, there was an inspection by state pharmacy inspection. Our location in California also includes a pharmacy, and the pharmacist that was on staff, the PIC at that time, and a pharmacy technician provided fraudulent information to the inspector. And so from the determination of that information, excuse me, both staff were terminated, and we restructured our offerings, and we discontinued to do any type of compounding from that point forward. And so after that information, our license was put on probation for 5 years. We've maintained compliance with each inspection for the pharmacy with some, I'll say, structural changes. They actually gave us the information regarding our completion of the probation without prejudice. And then we updated our pharmacy permit, and they actually changed the number. So with this new change in our company, we actually just received an additional change of the pharmacy permit. So our current pharmacy license is clear, but I still need to disclose it. So that's why we had that information provided.
Thank you for providing that information. I will say for the board, the Las Vegas MDEG facility, there was a last inspection in 2026 of February. There were no issues.
Correct.
And Sparks location was last inspected in August of 2025. Our inspector noted there needed to be better record keeping, but they've updated their procedures with us, so they are compliant and have good inspections. Also, there were some disclosures from Vice President Michael Geldart. Can you just provide some context of the numerous disclosures? I spoke to him last week, but it might be confusing to the board of why they're listed as pharmacy disclosures.
Okay, I'm not familiar with what obviously that conversation was with Mr. Geldart. Mr. Geldart now with our structure is the vice president of the new LLC, and he is also an authorized official with our Medicare and Medicaid profiles. So that information is part of that. It could have been included with disclosures because of the fact of our pharmacy record and so forth.
Yeah, he had explained to me that he's on the board of various healthcare companies. And right now there were disclosures from Advanced Infusion Solutions. So
yes,
that's why there's disclosures. So
yeah, that's separate from us, but yes.
Right. Yeah, but they were just included in the application. That's it for me. I can definitely pass this to the board.
This is Helen Park. I don't have any additional questions. I feel that Ms. Nichols has addressed the questions and the disclosures that she provided and was able to provide context. And then based on the last two positive inspections, or the last inspections for the Las Vegas and then the Sparks locations and the updated policies and procedures, I would feel comfortable moving forward with the ownership change.
I do too, Madam President. I would move that we accept or approve ownership change for SuperCare Health for locations in both Las Vegas and Spark.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jacobo, a second by Mr. Porath. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, we thank you for your time, Ms. Nichols.
Quick question. Will our new, with the updated change, prompt new inspections coming up here, or just the update of the actual permits?
This is Sarah Young again. I believe you just keep with your annual inspections.
Okay.
We'll follow up. Yeah, we'll definitely contact you if anything changes or, yeah.
And so one of the challenge I'll say is the fact that our company's name was Supercare Inc. and now it's Supercare LLC. So we're trying to make sure we update those for the government payers as well.
Understood. Yeah, on our end, that's the application is for Supercare.
Okay. All right. Thank you very
We'll
much.
call you. Yeah, we'll definitely be in contact.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, we're going to move on with our agenda to agenda.
Madam President, sorry. I think we should take a 5-minute break so that we can get some people to the airport. Then we'll come back. You'll still have a quorum if Adam and Anna stay and you and Crystal. And then we'll just come back in 5 minutes and you'll make it through the agenda, I think.
Okay, all right.
Is that okay? Thanks.
A 5-minute break.
Yeah. Madam President, I did see that Senator Orenshaw did join the meeting. I think he had public comment, and I know his time's valuable, so I think we could maybe call him if he's available. And I'm not sure he wanted to make public comment, but I think he might. So, Senator Orenshaw, if you're there and want to address the board, please do. And you may not want to. Senator Orenshaw?
He just logged off.
Okay.
Okay, if he comes back.
All right, sounds good, thanks.
Okay, no problem. All right, we will continue with our next agenda item, and that is agenda item 8B for Las Vegas Apothecary.
Hello.
Hi, Andrew Roth.
Hello, Madam President.
All right, so I'd like to disclose for the record that I am familiar with Andrew Roth through my previous employment, but I feel that I could participate fairly and unbiased. And then I did notice on the application that Desiree Roth is also listed, and so I just wanted to disclose that I am also familiar with Desiree Roth, but I feel that I could participate in this matter fairly and unbiased. And so with that, I will turn this over to Dr. Kuykendall.
Hang on. Sorry, Crystal Freitas. I have the same disclosure. I know both Andrew and Desiree, but I can still participate fairly.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Thank you.
All right. So we have a new application for a pharmacy license, item 8B, and begins on page 4737 in the board book. They are applying for a retail community non-sterile and sterile compounding license. The managing pharmacist will be Desiree Roth, and Andrew Roth will be the designated person and also is 100% owner. My first question for you, Andrew, is what experience do you have being the designated person for compounding?
Yes, sir, and thank you. I am currently the designated person in a hospital setting for going on 5 years. So I am responsible for Chapter 797, 795, and 800. And I am a board certified sterile compounding pharmacist.
Great. And then with the new pharmacy, how will you be performing marketing?
Yeah, marketing's an interesting question. Definitely would be compliant with all FDA guidance on what I am allowed to do. I definitely wouldn't be making certain claims because compounded products are not FDA approved products.
And then with FDA guidance, are you familiar with the FDA essential copy guidance for 5038 pharmacies? And if so, can you summarize how it will affect your business?
Yes, sir, I am familiar with it. And I know there is ongoing education and guidance on that topic. How it would affect my business is our main focus and our main expertise and passion is around precision hormone replacement therapy, which it wouldn't largely affect that practice.
Okay. And then to ensure that you're complying with the essential copy guidance, do you have any plans for processes to implement?
Well, can you elaborate? I'm sorry.
Just to ensure you're complying with the FDA essential copy guidance for 503A pharmacies, do you plan to implement any processes to ensure you're abiding by it?
Well, I guess if a provider were to request something that was considered possibly an essential copy, we would reserve the right to refuse anything that doesn't comply with 503A guidance. We would refer them to the commercial product. If there was a need for a precise dose, optimal dosage form, or a change in a base, or something that would be required, we would definitely document the required clinical rationale as to why they would need that product.
Okay. And then, are you familiar with the FDA bulk substance guidance for 503A pharmacies? And will you be compounding any products listed on the Category 2 or Category 3 list?
As far as Category 2 and 3, that would be a hard no. Category 1, we would be allowed to. If there is a demand for that, we would completely be open to compounding those products.
And then one last question. Desiree Roth will be the managing pharmacist. Do you know if she has any experience with sterile compounding?
Her experience right now is part of her training. She's going through the training that I provide for those I currently have oversight over. She's doing Critical Point. She will be going through the ASHP, and she will be visiting Houston, Texas, doing the sterile compound or the non-sterile compounding PCCA week-long training.
And then I know she's not here to speak for herself, but do you know what experience she has with being pharmacist in charge?
I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
What experience does Desiree have with being a pharmacist in charge?
She's been a PIC for almost 3 years of total experience at 2 different facilities.
Okay. No further questions. I'll hand it back over to the board.
Okay, great. So, hi, Andrew. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. Good to be here.
Great. I just have a couple questions. One, so Dr. Kuykendall was asking about some of your potential policies and procedures about essential copies and things of that nature. Have you developed your policies and procedures yet?
Yeah, that's one of my many passions that I have now. I have about 100 policies and forms that I've kind of developed. Of course, those are required by USP to be looked at least annually. And of course, I haven't even started. This is just a foundational thing that will be developed as we go and tweaked and adjusted in a controlled fashion. But yeah, with all compliance regulation and operational excellence, I will be making sure we comply with all state and federal, guidelines.
Okay, very good. And what made you decide to open your own pharmacy? It's a big change.
It is. It is. The first, I've been going on being a licensed pharmacist here in Nevada for going on 18 years now. Time flies. First 13 years in retail, moving to the hospital system in these last 5 years. I miss retail. A lot of people in the hospital setting say, oh, they couldn't do retail. I loved it. I miss that patient interaction. I've dabbled in consulting with some compounders in town. And I love the patient interaction. I love the feedback I get as a pharmacist, helping patients face to face, and to see the changed lives and the gratitude that people have. I just love that, helping your neighbor, helping your community. So I just think it's the merging of 2 worlds that really excites me.
That's great, and I could see that. I know from prior experience that you have developed great relationships with your patients and that your patients appreciate you. So I could see you wanting to get back into that environment. All right, very good. I don't have any additional questions. I would feel comfortable with this application, but I would turn it over to other board members or board staff if there are any additional questions.
Madam President, this is Yam on the record. May I ask a question to Mr. Roth or Dr. Roth?
Yes, please.
My question is, do you have a specific patient population you'll be serving, or is it all patients that need sterile compounding?
I'm open. I mean, this is a new venture for me. I'm open to helping all providers and all patients that I can. I do have an expertise in precision hormone replacement therapy, but I'm open to helping all providers and find solutions for their toughest patients.
Great, thank you.
Andrew, how do you plan on marketing your business and getting yourself out there?
I don't know. I hear social media is a good thing. I'm not really up on social media, but getting the message out about what compounding can do to help providers, help patients. I do think there is a growing demand in the hormone replacement therapy world, especially for precision therapy. There are lots of situations where commercial products does not work or is not as affordable at the optimal dosage form for all patients, depending on what their insurance covers. So I think there are tens of thousands, particularly women that are undertreated or not treated at all, that are suffering through perimenopause and menopausal symptoms. And I do have a passion for helping that community, that group of people.
Okay, great. Any additional questions for Dr. Roth?
I don't have any questions. Adam Porth, for the record, I move that we approve new pharmacy application for Las Vegas Apothecary.
And a Carr second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Porath, a second by Ms. Carr. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. We wish you all the best. Okay,
Thank you so much. So good to see you all, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. All right, take care. All right, so we'll move to our next agenda item, which is 10A for Elizbiz Limited Liability Company. All right, hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm so glad you answered the call, and I didn't have to say that again because that's quite the tongue twister. Elizbiz Limited Liability Company. Could you state your full name for the record?
Elizabeth Gichanga.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in. If you could join me raising your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be both truthful and complete?
I do.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam President. This is Sarah Young for the board. Agenda item 10A, application for new wholesaler and MDEG administrator, starts on page 5002 of your board book. This is Miss Gichanga. Is that right? Gichanga?
Yes.
Ms. Gichanga is opening Elizbiz LLC. First, can you explain, it looks like you had this company, it was operating a few years ago. Is this kind of a new company? Are you expanding the business? In your application, you stated that it was operating several years ago.
I registered the company in 2023, and initially I began with just offering services, skilled nursing services. And then later on in the last year, I decided to extend it to medical supplies for businesses, not for individuals.
Can you tell us why you want to make that change and expansion?
Well, at first I thought that I could provide medical supplies to my patients as individuals, but when I talked to Christy at the Board of Pharmacy, she said, if you want to provide medical supplies to your individual patients, you have to give up your RN license. And so I thought, well, that doesn't work for me. I want to venture into medical supplies, and I still want to practice as a nurse. So she said I could go into medical supplies just to be business to business. And that is how I am going about the business. I will be supplying the medical supplies to just businesses, schools, clinics, nursing homes, and then my nursing care to just individuals.
Can you tell us more about the medical products, specifically what are they that you want to be providing?
I'm going to be doing wound care supplies, first aid kits, mobility aids, diagnostic equipment such as blood pressure cuffs, just basic things, PPE, gloves, masks.
And as a nurse, you have a lot of experience with all of these products, right? As a nurse?
Yes, I have had a lot of exposure to all this working in nursing homes and hospitals. You work with a variety of medical supplies daily.
Can you talk a little bit about the government contracts? That's what you marked in your application, that you want to be working with government agencies. Is it the schools that you're talking about? Are there other agencies you'd like to be working with?
I want to work with probably the school districts. I want to work with the colleges, and I want to also provide there are a lot of government agencies that need supplies. So I know that they put out their bids on their portals, and you can fulfill their orders depending on what they need to get their jobs done.
So it sounds like you're familiar with the government contract process.
I am getting familiar. I've been working on this for quite a while, trying to get my head around it. It's a lot of stuff.
You had a disclosure in your application. The Nursing Board of Nevada took action against you in 2020. Can you explain what happened? What was the outcome?
In 2020, I was working as a nurse in a medical surgical capacity at Henderson Hospital when the corona hit and the hospitals were at full capacity. It was just chaotic in the environment. So I had my usual share of patients, but that particular day I was sent to work in the ER area, which is not a typical med-surg setting. So you don't go there with all your help, because normally a med-surg nurse has a CNA to help them. But when you go to the ED, you're basically going to be doing your nursing care and your ADLs, which is helping with activities of daily living. So you're not able to keep up with all your patients because you got to be the nurse, you got to be the caretaker. So anyway, for the incident that happened was one of my patients in my run expired. And they say that I did not handle the situation well, because by the time I realized this patient has passed away, I was dealing with my other patients, and they're all in the hallways. They were not in the rooms because this was ED hold where extra patients who don't have rooms are supposed to be. So you can't see all the patients clearly. They don't have call lights. So you're basically just going from patient to patient, depending on who's calling the loudest. So the reason they said that they had to let me go was because I did not handle the situation well, and I did not document the incident well, and I did not place the patient on telemetry as the orders had said, but I did not get to placing them on telemetry on time because I was running all over the place.
What's the current status of that action? Have you completed everything? Have you completed everything in that action before the nursing board?
Yes, they had me do some classes, which I completed, and after that they said I'm done with the reprimand, and my license continued to be active.
The address that you have on file looks like a residential house. Is that where you'll be operating your business from?
No, I do my administrative work from my residence right now, but when it comes to patient care, I go from home to home, so I take care of the patients in their own homes.
So you'll be serving your patients at their place. Will you be keeping the wound care at your house?
No, the supplies will not be kept at my house. So I was taking this as a process. First, I get my wholesaler's license, and then at that point, I can move on to getting a warehouse license. I was advised that there's no need of getting a warehouse license because you don't want to be paying for a warehouse that you don't know if you're going to need. First, get your wholesaler's license. So in the meantime, if I did get any supplies, I would use a third-party storage and use it for packing and shipping out as well.
Thank you. Sounds like you're early then in the process as far as just getting your licenses. Okay. I have no further questions. I believe this applicant.
I think Yen has some.
Okay.
If you can, yeah. And I just want to preface it, we will work with her. So, but Yen's gonna.
Yeah, for the record, there is a law, NEC 639.6943. And it does state that the board will not issue a license to conduct business as a medical products provider or a medical products wholesaler, which Ms. Gachinga, I believe, is applying for a medical products wholesaler license. So we shall not issue a license to anyone who is practicing in the health profession, and or if there's another component, but if you are a practicing health professional, the law prohibits us from issuing a license to conduct a medical products provider or medical products wholesaler, unfortunately. And so Ms. Gachinga, you mentioned you're an RN, right? You're a registered nurse, you're currently practicing.
I'm currently practicing, but I was not planning to sell to individuals because I was told that would interfere with Medicare, Medicaid. So I was only going to be selling to businesses.
Yeah, I understand, but the law is, states that if you're practicing, even if you're selling to a particular group, it states that we shall not issue you a license as a medical products wholesaler. So that is an issue that we'll have to overcome, and we can work with you on that.
Yeah, so I would just, if it's okay with Skylar again, I would table it. Well, Yen and I will get involved. Christy works for us. We're the executive staff. We'll get involved. We'll talk to you. We will refund your money if you don't qualify. But I'm not. I think that this is probably not something the board wants to take an action on today when we point out that law. And so and again, what you said to Christy, what said to you, I think was correct. We might have missed a component of it, and Yen and I take responsibility for that. We weren't there, but we'll work with you and see what you can do. And then there is always the option that you can, deactivate your license and do it. If that'll be a decision that you make. So we don't want to deny it. We don't want to say no. I think Yen and I probably need to be involved in it, which happens from time to time. That's why they hired us to be the executives.
Okay, so with that, Ms. Gachinga, would you like your application to be tabled?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and table your application, and I think that allows you and Dave and Yen to have some conversations about your application and then hopefully a path forward.
Yeah, and I just want to put on the record, I understand what you're trying to do. We want to assist you in doing that, but we're required to follow the law. So we don't want to give you a license and then have to take it away or cause you any grief. The board denying a license can cause you grief in your professional world, so you just don't want that. And we don't want to set you up for that. We just want to talk to you, and we'll call you next week, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, but we'll get a hold of you right away and then make sure that we're give you the best clarity that we can.
Okay, I thank you all for your hard work and your time.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate your time as well. Okay, Mr. Wiest, I believe that completes all of our agenda items. Did I miss any items?
You have just one item left, and I did talk to the senator, and he's going to provide some written a written statement regarding to it. So he was fine, and and then you can take your public comment, announce the next board meeting, and you're done.
Okay, great. So with that, the board will open up the floor for any public comment. If there's anyone in the room or online who wishes to make a public comment, please come forward or raise your hand on Zoom.
Doesn't look like we have anyone on Zoom wishing to make public comment at this time, Madam President, or in person.
All right, then we'll close the period for public comment. The date and location of our next scheduled board meeting, it will be on June 3rd and 4th, and it will take place in Las Vegas, Nevada. Thank you so much. Our meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thanks.